This week was packed with chills, rules, and moments that left our listeners staring at the shadows a little longer than usual. From haunted libraries to cursed hospital wings, these are the top creepypasta stories that had everyone talking. If you missed anything, or just want to relive the most terrifying moments, we've got you covered. Here are the best stories from this week on Night Creepypasta Rules. Turn off the lights. Turn up the volume. Let's dive in. Abigail Hart is my name, but everyone calls me Abby. I was a night nurse at St. Agnes Hospital, a decaying, hulking structure that crouched on the outskirts of town, reeking of stale antiseptic and something far older, far more sinister. It wasn't the smell of rust. It was the smell of time, of secrets festering in the dark. I lasted precisely 365 nights before I fled, and I haven't been able to switch off a light at night since. If you're reading this, understand it's not a campfire tale of flickering shadows and eerie winds. What I witnessed, what heard me, was no trick of a tired mind. It was real. It pulsed within the walls, breathed through the intercom like a possessive landlord, and it learned my name. St. Agnes was wrong. The building itself was a squat, sprawling monstrosity, its brick stained a sickly black by decades of damp, as if it were sweating out some ancient plague. Inside, the humidity was a physical presence, clinging to your skin, leaving a film on your tongue that tasted vaguely of pennies. The fluorescent lights weren't just buzzing, they were whining, a high-pitched, desperate sound that felt like it was boring into your brain. They flickered too, creating jagged, dancing shadows on the peeling linoleum, like something was perpetually pacing just beyond your vision. Most nights, the place was a mausoleum, a handful of geriatric patients wheezing on ventilators, their breaths rattling like loose ball bearings in a rusty tin. I took the job because the pay was double what any reputable hospital offered. That should have been my first warning. You don't get paid extra for silence. You get paid to endure what fills it. My first shift began at midnight. The clock on the wall seemed to tick with malicious intent, each second a hammer blow against the oppressive quiet. Marjorie, the head nurse, a woman who looked older than the building's foundation, handed me a clipboard and a set of keys that jingled with the unsettling sound of dry bones. Her face was a roadmap of wrinkles framed by wiry gray hair, and her hands trembled as she pointed me towards the nurse's station. Her voice was a gravelly rasp, as if she'd spent a lifetime swallowing secrets. "You'll hear things," she said, her eyes darting to the ceiling, then back to me, filled with a knowing dread. "Don't engage." I nodded, assuming she meant the usual hospital sounds, the groans of patients, the beeping of machines. Then the intercom crackled. Abigail Hart to the front desk. The voice was low, a gravelly rasp, like stones grinding together. I froze, pen hovering over the intake forms. It was 12:03 a.m. I hadn't even officially clocked in. I glanced at Marjorie, half expecting a chuckle, a gotcha, but her mouth was a thin, bloodless line. "Should I check?" I asked, the question a nervous squeak. She didn't move, didn't even blink. I walked down the hallway alone, the fluorescent whine growing sharper, more frantic, like trapped wasps buzzing against glass. The front desk was bathed in a sickly yellow light, utterly deserted. Just a pen, lying on the counter, rolling slowly, stopping dead as I approached, as if someone had just nudged it and stepped away. My stomach clenched, but I dismissed it. "New job jitters, right?" Marjorie grabbed my arm then, her grip surprisingly strong, her fingers cold and bony. "Listen to me, girl," she hissed, her breath a mixture of stale coffee and something metallic, something old, There are rules. 3, break them and you won't leave. I tried to pull away, but her nails dug in, leaving crescent-shaped marks I discovered later, angry and raw. She leaned closer, her eyes wide and reflecting the flickering lights with an unsettling gleam. 1. If the intercom calls your name and there's no one at the desk, don't answer. It's listening. 2. It'll sometimes call a code for a room that doesn't exist. Ignore it. It's a test. 3. If it whispers instead of speaks, you get out. Run. Don't look back. Her voice dropped to a terrified tremor. That's how we survive. I laughed. A shaky, pathetic sound that echoed down the silent hallway and died quickly. She didn't even twitch. The air felt heavier then, pressing against my chest like a suffocating blanket. I rubbed my arms, trying to dispel a chill that had nothing to do with the air conditioning. "What is?" I asked. Marjorie turned away, muttering about needing to check patient charts. But I caught the last chilling phrase. "You'll know when it wants you." That night I sat at the station, clipboard untouched, listening to the unsettling hum of the ventilation system. Then it happened again. "Abigail Hart," the intercom croaked. The syllables stretched, distorted, like a recording played at the wrong speed. I gripped the edge of the desk, my knuckles white. The desk was empty. I checked just minutes ago. But now I heard it. A faint tap, tap, tap like fingernails on glass, coming from the hallway behind me. I didn't turn. My throat burned with the urge to call out, to ask who was there. But Marjorie's words held me captive. The tapping stopped, and a low, wet chuckle gurgled through the speaker, like someone gargling with mud and phlegm. I should have quit then, grabbed my bag and bolted into the night, where the air didn't taste like iron and despair. But I needed the money, and a foolish part of me believed I could handle it, that it was just faulty wiring old pipes, a glitch in the system. I was tragically wrong. St. Agnes wasn't a hospital. It was a trap, and I'd already sprung it. Before that year was over, I'd learned what lurked in those walls, what whispered through the wires, and why Marjorie's hands shook every time the lights dimmed, even slightly. If you've ever worked a night shift and felt unseen eyes on your back, you might understand. But if you've heard your name hissed from a speaker in an empty room, you'll know exactly what I mean. Marjorie's first rule was a splinter under my fingernail. If the intercom calls your name and no one's at the front desk, don't respond. She hadn't elaborated that first night, just stared at me with those watery eyes, her breath a rattling, broken machine. I'd initially dismissed it as hazing, a cruel joke to spook the new recruit. But by my third shift, I understood. The intercom wasn't a machine. It was a mouth, and something else was speaking through it. Something hungry. That night, the nurse's station was my lonely island, the clock's hands dragging past 2 a.m. The air had a sharp, almost metallic tang, antiseptic layered over something deeply unpleasant, like milk curdling in the carton. The lights buzzed with their usual malevolent energy, drilling into my temples. I just finished checking on Mr. Hargrove in room 4A. His ventilator hissed with a steady, mechanical rhythm, a morbid lullaby, when the intercom crackled. "Abigail Hart," it said, the voice low and wet, like gravel gargling in a drain. My pen slipped, clattering on the desk. I sat there, heart hammering against my ribs, waiting for the inevitable repeat. It didn't come. Silence pressed in, thick and suffocating, until I couldn't bear it any longer. My flashlight beam, shaky in my grip, was my only companion as I crept down the hallway towards the front desk. The linoleum squeaked under my sneakers, each footfall echoing unnaturally loud in the stillness. The desk sat under that sickly yellow bulb, empty as always. No Marjorie, no security guard, just a stack of untouched charts, and a phone that hadn't rung since I'd started. But as I turned to leave, I heard it. A faint scrape, like a chair being dragged across tile. I whipped the light around. Nothing. Just shadows, long and distorted, quivering as the fluorescents flickered their erratic dance. My mouth tasted like copper, the metallic tang of fear coating my tongue. Back at the station, I tried to rationalize it. Old buildings creak, pipes groan, floors settle. But the intercom hissed again. Abigail Hart, it crooned, slower this time, each syllable dripping like molten wax. I froze, hands gripping the armrests of my chair so tightly my knuckles ached. The voice wasn't Marjorie's, or anyone's I'd ever heard. It sounded wrong, like it was coming from underwater, muffled yet impossibly close. I glanced down the hallway. The desk was still empty. I could see it clearly from my seat. But now there was a shadow on the wall, tall and jagged, like a figure with too many limbs. It didn't move. It simply waited, a silent, ominous presence. I didn't answer. Marjorie's warning was a mantra repeating in my head. Don't respond. My throat itched to call out, to demand an explanation, but I swallowed the urge. The shadow lingered, and then the lights dimmed. A brief, heart-stopping flicker, before snapping back on with a loud, angry buzz. When I looked again, the shadow was gone, but the air was thick now, with a rancid stench of something long dead, like fish left to rot on a sun-baked pier. I gagged, pressing my sleeve to my nose, and that's when I heard the tapping. Soft at first, then sharper, like fingernails raking across glass. It came from room 7B, an empty room across the hall. The door was slightly ajar, swaying gently, though no breeze stirred the air. Instinct, not logic, propelled me forward. The tapping grew louder as I neared, a frantic, insistent rhythm that clawed at my sanity. I pushed the door open wider, flashlight beam trembling. The room was bare, a stripped bed, blank walls, but the window was fogged, covered in condensation, and there, etched into the mist, were words. Why didn't you answer? My breath hitched, a cold fist squeezing the air from my lungs. The tapping stopped, replaced by a low hum, like a throat clearing itself. It wasn't coming from the room. It was coming from above me, the intercom speaker. I stumbled back, the light beam jerking wildly across the ceiling. The hum morphed into a chuckle, wet and guttural, spilling from the speaker like sewage. Abigail. It rasped, and I swear I felt it. A hot, fetid breath on the back of my neck. Though I was utterly alone. I ran, sneakers slapping the floor, the stench chasing me back to the relative safety of the station. When I reached it, the intercom was silent, but a single chart lay on the desk, one I hadn't touched. It was blank except for my name, scrawled in thick red ink that glistened as if it were still wet. Marjorie found me later, huddled under the desk, flashlight clutched to my chest. You didn't answer, did you? She asked, her voice a harsh whisper, barely audible above the hum of the lights. I shook my head, teeth chattering. She nodded, but her eyes flicked to the ceiling, to the speaker hanging like a malevolent black eye. Good. It craves attention. Give it that, and it'll consume. She wouldn't elaborate on what it was, just shuffled away, leaving me with the lingering stench of decay and the echo of that chilling laughter. The following night was a descent into madness. I was checking cord drips when the intercom blared. Abigail Hart, Abigail Hart, Abigail Hart, Abigail Hart, repeating my name like a broken record. A chant that rattled the very walls. The voice split, layering into a cacophony, some deep, some shrill, all wrong. I clamped my hands over my ears, but it burrowed inside, a worm wriggling through my skull. Then came the laughter, high-pitched and childlike, cutting through the din like a rusty scalpel. I peeked out the window. The parking lot was deserted. No children, no cars. But the glass vibrated under my fingertips, and I saw it. A small handprint, smudged in black, pressed against the pane from the outside. Even though we were 3 stories up, I didn't respond. I couldn't. My voice was trapped in my chest, drowned out by the pounding of my own blood. The intercom fell silent, but the handprint remained, a dark, accusing stain glaring at me throughout the night. Marjorie's rule had saved me. I believed, but it hadn't stopped whatever lurked outside, or inside, from knowing I was listening, and it hadn't stopped it from wanting more. Marjorie's second rule was a riddle wrapped in a nightmare. If the intercom announces a code for a room that doesn't exist, ignore it. She'd scribbled it on a napkin during a break, her handwriting jagged and frantic, as if she were battling the pen itself. St. Agnes stops at 12 EB, she'd rasped, her voice like dry leaves skittering across pavement. Anything beyond that is a fabrication. It made no sense at the time. Hospitals don't just invent rooms, do they? But a week into the job, I learned that whatever spoke through the intercom cared nothing for blueprints or reality. It created its own geography, and it demanded I follow its twisted map. It was a quiet shift, the kind where the silence itself seemed to buzz with an unsettling energy. I was nursing a cup of burnt coffee that tasted like ashes, the steam curling up in the dim, jaundiced glow of the nurse's station. The air hung heavy, thick with the usual tang of antiseptic and rust. But tonight there was something else. A faint, earthy odor, like a freshly dug grave. I rubbed my eyes, attributing it to fatigue, when the intercom snapped on with a sharp hiss. Code blue, room 13B. It barked, the voice mechanical and abrupt, a stark contrast to the wet, guttural growl I'd grown to dread. My mug slipped from my grasp, coffee splashing across the desk like a macabre Rorschach test. My pulse spiked. Code blue meant cardiac arrest, a life hanging by a thread. But 13B. I grabbed the floor plan, my fingers trembling as I traced the layout. Marjorie was right. The hallway ended at 12B. No 13B existed. I sat there, staring at the speaker, its black grill seeming to glare back like an unblinking eye. The call didn't repeat, but a faint, keening wail began, high and mournful, like a siren heard underwater. It had emanated from the end of the hall, where the lights faded into a pool of impenetrable darkness. I gripped the desk, nails digging into the chipped wood, repeating to myself that it was a glitch, a system malfunction. Then the floor vibrated, a subtle tremor, as if something immense were shifting beneath the foundation. I didn't move. Marjorie's rule echoed in my mind. Ignore it, but the wail grew louder, twisting into a gurgle, wet and desperate, clawing at my ears until I wanted to scream just to silence it. I couldn't remain still. I grabbed my flashlight and edged down the hallway, the beam slicing through the oppressive darkness. The air grew noticeably colder with each step, my breath fogging in front of me, despite the thermostat being cranked up high. Room 12A's door loomed ahead, shut tight, its small window a square of frosted glass. The wail ceased as I approached, replaced by a slow, rhythmic drip, 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 like a leaky faucet in the distance. I pressed my ear to the door, my heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing. Just the persistent buzz of the lights and that unnerving drip, echoing far too loudly in the stillness. Then, something scratched. Faint, deliberate, like a fingernail carving into wood. From the other side, I recoiled, the flashlight slipping in my sweaty hand. The glass was fogged now, streaked with condensation, though it had been clear just moments before. I raised the light, and there it was. A handprint, smeared in black, fingers splayed wide, as if clawing its way up. My stomach lurched. Room 12AB was empty. Had been since the last patient, a frail woman named Mrs. Elara, had passed away a month prior. I stumbled away, the dripping sound transforming into a splash, like water overflowing a sink. The handprint didn't fade. It remained, glistening, watching me retreat. Back at the station, I fought to control my panic. but the air tasted wrong. Metallic, like sucking on a corroded coin. The intercom remained silent, but the lights flickered with increased intensity, casting jagged shadows that bent at impossible, unnatural angles. I tried to convince myself it was a hallucination, a product of stress and sleep deprivation. Then, around 4 a.m., it called again. Code red, room 13B. It snapped, louder this time. The voice edged with static. Code red. Fire, chaos, imminent death. I clenched my fists, nails biting into my palms, but I remained rooted to my spot. The wail returned, sharper now, slicing through the walls like a shard of glass. The floor trembled again, more forcefully, and a crack spider-webbed across the tile beneath my feet, oozing a thick, black sludge that reeked of decay and brine. I grabbed a mop from the supply closet, my hands shaking uncontrollably as I tried to clean the viscous mess. The sludge clung to the mop fibers, sticky and unnervingly warm, as if it were alive. Too pro-experimental. Kunko, Queen Troy, Se Epi, Vao Tong Tin, Teo Tai, Jan, Tatsiva. I heard footsteps then. Slow, deliberate, squelching like boots trudging through thick mud, coming from the area beyond room 12B, where reality supposedly ended. I swung the flashlight up, and the beam caught something. A figure, tall and gaunt, hunched at the shoulders, its head tilted at a sickening, unnatural angle. Its face was a blur, like wet paint smeared across a canvas, and it dragged one leg, leaving a glistening trail of that black ooze. It paused at the edge of the light, just beyond the threshold of 12B, and raised a hand, long, bony fingers curling inward like cruel hooks. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat was locked tight, the air trapped in my chest as the figure stood there, swaying slightly. The intercom crackled. Code red, it repeated, softer now, almost a plea. The figure took another step closer, and the lights flared back on, blindingly bright. When my vision cleared, it was gone, but the trail of sludge stretched down the hallway, glistening under the fluorescence, leading to a door that shouldn't have been there, a rusted metal slab where a solid wall had stood just moments before. Marjorie found me later, mop still clutched in my hand, staring at the lingering mess. You didn't go looking, did you? She asked, her voice sharp as a scalpel. I shook my head, the lie a bitter taste on my tongue. I shook my head, the lie a bitter taste on my tongue. She glanced at the crack in the floor, now dry but still visible, and muttered, Good. It's testing you. It wants you to chase it. She pointedly avoided looking at the new door, just shuffled off, her shadow twitching and contorting under the flickering lights. That night, I couldn't escape the smell of that sludge. Briny, rancid, like a tide pool left to fester under a scorching sun. The wail lingered in my ears, a phantom sound that followed me home. I kept seeing that figure in my mind's eye, its blurred face and grotesquely crooked fingers, waiting just beyond the reach of the light. Rule 2 had saved me, I was certain, but it hadn't stopped whatever resided in room 13B from leaving its mark, or from knowing I'd acknowledged its existence. Marjorie's third rule was the one that shattered me. If the intercom whispers instead of speaks, evacuate the building immediately. She drilled it into me after the incident with the phantom room, her voice trembling like a dry leaf caught in a hurricane. It's not a suggestion, Abby, she'd said, her bony fingers gripping my wrist with a strength that belied her age, leaving bruises that throbbed for days. When it whispers, it's done playing. It's coming for you? I hadn't asked what it was. By then, I'd learned that answers were a luxury I couldn't afford. But I hadn't fully believed her. Not until the night I heard it for myself. The night that fractured my sanity. It was a month into my sentence at St. Agnes. A shift so eerily still, I could hear the frantic thumping of my own heart. The air that night was particularly foul. thick with the usual blend of antiseptic and decay, but with a new, sickeningly sweet undertone. Like meat left too long in the unforgiving heat, I was at the nurse's station, scribbling illegible notes under the flickering lights, their buzz a constant grating assault on my nerves. My coffee had long gone cold, the mug sticky with spilled sugar, when the intercom hissed, a long, drawn-out exhalation that raised the hairs on the back of my neck. Then it came. Abby. A whisper, soft and jagged, like wind whistling through the cracks of a shattered skull. My pen froze mid-stroke, the ink bleeding into the paper like a spreading stain. I sat there, breath shallow and ragged, waiting for it to cease. It didn't. Abby, come down. The voice slithered through the speaker, slow and deliberate, each syllable dripping with a wet, hollow echo. It wasn't loud, not like the jarring codes or the frantic chants, but it felt impossibly close, like someone breathing directly into my ear. I spun around, chair squeaking on the linoleum. Nothing. Nothing. Just the empty hallway stretching into shadow, the lights dimming at the far end as if a shroud were being drawn over them. My skin prickled, a cold sweat beading on my forehead. Marjorie's rules screamed in my mind. Run! Run! But my legs were lead weights, bolted to the floor, refusing to obey. The whisper grew more insistent. Abby! Down here. It was lower now, a guttural rasp that vibrated deep in my chest. The lights flickered violently, plunging the station into a strobe-like nightmare of light and darkness, and the air turned acrid, the coppery tang of blood, and the metallic sting of rust flooding my senses, so thick I gagged. I grabbed my bag, fumbling with the straps when I heard it. A slow, deliberate scratch, like claws dragging down a plastered wall, emanating from the stairwell at the end of the hall. My flashlight beam darted towards it, catching the metal door swaying open just an inch, its hinges groaning in a rhythm that mirrored the sinister whisper. Something shifted in the narrow gap, a flicker of white too fast to identify, but it left a smear of black on the doorframe, glistening like fresh tar. I should have run then. Rule 3 was unambiguous. Evacuate. No questions asked. But I remained frozen, a statue of dread, as the scratching intensified, a frantic skittering sound that echoed up the stairs. The intercom hissed again. Abby, please. Softer, almost pleading, but it twisted into a laugh, sharp and guttural, cutting through the air like a rusty blade. The lights extinguished completely, plunging the hallway into absolute darkness, and the temperature plummeted, my breath clouding in front of me in the frigid air. I clicked on my flashlight, its beam trembling as it swept the inky blackness. The stairwell door was wide open now, and the scratching had ceased, replaced by a low, rhythmic hum, a vibration I felt in my very bones. I took a hesitant step back, my bag slipping from my shoulder, when the floor creaked behind me. Not the usual groan of aged wood. This was a wet, squelching sound, like something heavy stepping through viscous mud. I whirled around, flashlight beam flashing across the station, and caught it. A shadow, hunched and dripping, standing where my chair had been moments before. Its head was tilted, neck bent at an impossible angle, and its arms hung unnaturally long, fingers brushing the floor with a soft, rhythmic tap, 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 tap. The beam shook in my grasp, illuminating a face, or what should have been a face, just a smooth, wet void, glistening like an oil slick. It didn't move, but the whisper came again. Abby. Not from the intercom this time, but from that thing, its voice bubbling up as if it were submerged in fluid. I fled. My sneakers slapped against the linoleum, the sound swallowed by a rising drone emanating from the walls. A chorus of whispers now, overlapping, chanting my name with increasing urgency. The emergency exit was 50 feet away, its red glow a beacon of hope in the suffocating darkness. I didn't dare look back, but I felt it, something cold brushing against my ankle, like damp fingers grazing my skin. The air grew thick, clogging my lungs with the overwhelming stench of blood and decay, and the whispers escalated into a scream, sharp and inhuman, rattling the windows as I shoved the exit door open. I stumbled into the parking lot, gulping down the frigid night air. The scream abruptly cut off as the door slammed shut behind me. Marjorie was waiting by my car, her threadbare coat flapping in the biting wind. She didn't ask what had happened, just stared at me, her eyes sunken and dark, reflecting the faint glow of the distant streetlights. "You didn't run fast enough," she said, her voice barely a whisper itself. I opened my mouth to protest, to explain, but she pointed at my leg. My scrub pants were torn, and 3 thin scratches ran up my calf, shallow but angry red, weeping a thin trickle of blood that smelled faintly, disturbingly, of rust. "It mark you," she muttered, turning away. "Next time, it won't let go." I drove home in a daze, the whispers still echoing in my ears, a phantom chorus that refused to fade. The scratches burned all night, and when I showered, the water stung like acid. I checked the hospital roster later. Marjorie hadn't clocked out. She wasn't present for the following shift either. But that night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. A soft, distant rasp emanating from my apartment wall. "Abby, I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Rule 3 had saved my life. I knew, but it hadn't stopped whatever lurked within St. Agnes from following me home." "Remind me, this time when Imazet cured him to probably down attempt. It's here." 3 months. That's how long I'd endured at St. Agnes. The rules my fragile shield against the encroaching darkness. They'd kept me alive, barely, but they couldn't protect me from the crushing weight of it all. The whispers, the shadows, the pervasive stench that clung to my clothes long after I'd clocked out. I'd stopped questioning Marjorie. She'd simply stare through me, her hands trembling as she adjusted IV drips, her lips moving in silent, unintelligible prayers. But that night, everything changed. The intercom didn't just break the rules, it obliterated them, and I could no longer ignore the creeping dread. Not when Marjorie vanished, leaving me alone with whatever was awakening within the walls of St. Agnes. It began like any other shift, the clock ticking past midnight with agonizing slowness, its hands sluggish under the flickering fluorescent lights. The air was heavy and sour, saturated with the familiar blend of antiseptic and decay. But tonight it carried a new, sharper edge, something akin to ozone after a violent thunderstorm. I was at the nurse's station sorting through patient charts when the intercom crackled. "Abigail Hart," it growled, the voice wet and guttural, the same voice that had haunted my first night. I gripped my pen, waiting, but it didn't stop. Well, it didn't stop. "Code Black, room 13B. It snapped, sharp and urgent. My stomach plummeted. Code Black signified a mass casualty, unimaginable chaos, but 13B wasn't real. Then it whispered, "Abby, help us." Soft pleading, a chorus of voices layered over one another, grating against my ears like fingernails on a chalkboard. All 3 rules shattered in a matter of seconds. I sat frozen, the pen digging into my palm, drawing a thin bead of blood. The lights dimmed, a slow, gradual fade that left the hallway in a sickly gray haze, and a low rumble shook the floor, vibrating up through my legs. I should have run. Rule 3 was absolute. But the whispers transformed into sobs, faint and broken, like patients dying alone and afraid. I couldn't move. Then I saw it. A note on the desk, scrawled in Marjorie's frantic handwriting, the ink smudged with something dark. Blood, I suspected. "Don't trust it tonight. It raid. Find me. Eta. My chest constricted. Marjorie hadn't clocked out. She'd been in room 8A just 10 minutes earlier, checking on Mrs. Delaney's I-4. Where was she now? The sobs grew louder, echoing from the stairwell, wet and ragged, like lungs filling with fluid. I grabbed my flashlight. Its beam jittery as I stepped into the hallway. The air was colder here, my breath fogging in short, sharp puffs, and the ozone smell intensified, burning my nostrils. The lights flickered violently, strobing the shadows into grotesque, twisted shapes, elongated arms, contorted spines, that vanished whenever I blinked. Then I heard it, a soft, lilting melody, like a woman humming a mournful lullaby, drifting from the end of the hall. It wasn't Marjorie's voice. It was too smooth, too hollow, and it sent a shiver of ice down my spine. I crept forward, my sneakers squeaking on the linoleum, each step feeling heavier than the last. The humming ceased, replaced by a squelch, wet, deliberate, like bare feet slapping against a puddle. I swung the flashlight up, and the beam caught something. A figure in a white coat, standing at the far end of the hall, facing away. Its hair hung in damp, matted clumps, dripping black water that pooled on the floor, spreading towards me like a living stain. My throat closed, the air tasting like iron and salt. The figure didn't move, but the pool of black liquid grew, inching closer, rippling as if it possessed a life of its own. I took a step back, and it turned, just its head, a slow, deliberate twist that produced a sickening crack like breaking bone. Its face was blank, a smooth, featureless expanse of skin. No eyes, no mouth, just a glistening, reflective void. The intercom hissed again. "Abby, she's waiting." The whisper was louder now, splitting into a multitude of voices, some shrill, some deep, all clawing at the inside of my skull. The figure lurched forward, one jerky, unnatural step, its arms dangling impossibly long, fingers brushing the floor with a soft, scraping sound. I stumbled back, flashlight slipping in my sweaty grip, and the lights flared on, blindingly white, then died completely, plunging the hallway into utter darkness. The squelching sound accelerated, closer now, a rhythmic slap-slap that echoed in my ears. I ran, blind, towards the stairwell, the only route down to the lower levels, where Marjorie might be. The door was slightly ajar, its hinges groaning in protest as I shoved it open. The air inside was damp and heavy, reeking of mildew and something far more sinister, decay, thick and cloying, coating my tongue with its sweetness. The flashlight beam barely penetrated the gloom, revealing a stairwell coated in grime, the walls streaked with black, pulsating veins that resembled blood vessels beneath skin. The sobs were louder here, bouncing off the concrete, interwoven with a low, guttural growl that rattled my teeth. I took a tentative step down and the stairs crunched, not the sound of wood, but a wet, sickening crunch, like stepping on cartilage. My light caught something on the railing, a handprint, fresh and crimson, fingers splayed wide, dripping onto the steps below. I froze, the growl rising into a snarl, deep and guttural, vibrating through the very walls. The intercom crackled overhead, even here, with no visible wires. "Abby, down," it whispered, and the stairs shook, dust raining down from the ceiling. Something moved below, a shadow, too large, too swift, skittering up the steps with a sound like claws scrabbling on stone. My flashlight flickered, the beam shrinking to a pinprick, and I saw them. Eyes, dozens of them, glinting in the darkness, set in a mass of writhing limbs that defied any human anatomy. The snarl escalated into a scream, piercing and raw, and I scrambled back up, slamming the door shut, just as the thing lunged, its claws raking the metal with a screech that split the air. I collapsed against the wall, chest heaving, the flashlight rolling away into the darkness. The door shuddered, dents bulging outward, and the whispers flooded the hallway again. A chorus of Abby, Abby, that seemed to penetrate my very being. Marjorie was down there, or what remained of her. I had to find her, but not like this. Not yet. The thing on the stairs wasn't finished with me, and the intercom knew it. The door ceased its shuddering, but the whispers persisted. They buzzed through the hallway, a swarm of disembodied voices. Some soft, some shrill, chanting my name like a morbid mantra that refused to release its hold. I pressed my back against the cold plaster wall, the chill seeping through my scrubs. My flashlight lost somewhere in the inky blackness. The air was thick now, heavy with that cloying sweetness of decay, and a sharper, more acrid sting, like burned hair or melted plastic. My hands shook as I fumbled for my keys, their jangle unnaturally loud against the constant hum of the walls. I had to find Marjorie, but the stairwell was a death trap. There was another way, the service elevator, tucked away at the back of the wing, rusted and rarely used. It would take me to the basement, the source of the unsettling sobs. I staggered down the hallway, the whispers trailing me, slithering from every speaker overhead. Abby, don't leave, they hissed, a dozen tongues twisting the words into a plea that curdled my blood. The lights remained extinguished, the emergency glow casting a faint, ominous red haze, transforming the linoleum floor into a sea of shifting shadows. My sneakers stuck to the floor with each step, a tacky, viscous pull, as if I were wading through thick syrup. I glanced down. Dark streaks smeared the tiles, glistening wet, reeking of salt and decomposition. My stomach churned, but I pressed on, the dented doors of the service elevator glinting ahead like a dubious promise. The whispers morphed into a giggle, high-pitched and childlike, sharp as shards of glass, cutting through the constant hum. I froze, my breath catching in my throat, and swung my head around. The hallway was deserted, but the shadows shifted, stretching towards me like grasping fingers clawing from the walls. Then I saw it, a small distorted shape, crouched near room 9A, its head tilted too far back, arms bent backward at the elbows. It lacked a face, just a smooth, pale oval. But it giggled again, the sound bubbling up from its chest, like a clogged drain. My knees threatened to buckle, but I forced myself forward, the elevator tantalizingly close, its scent of oil and rust a strange comfort. The clang echoed unnaturally loud, a brazen challenge in the suffocating silence. The childlike giggling ceased, replaced by a shuffling sound, soft, uneven, like a child dragging broken limbs across the floor. I didn't dare look back. The elevator doors groaned open, revealing a cramped box of scratched steel. The air inside stale and oppressively warm, thick with the stench of damp metal and something far more revolting, the sour tang of vomit left to dry and fester. I stepped inside, slamming the B button with desperate force, my fingers slick with sweat and a growing sense of dread. The doors rattled shut, but not before I heard it. A wet, fleshy slap against the metal, like a hand smacking the exterior, leaving a smear I couldn't see but knew instinctively was there. The elevator lurched downward, gears grinding with a screech that pierced my ears. A mechanical scream, mirroring my own internal terror. The whispers followed, faint now but still present, seeping through the metal walls. Abby, deeper. The lights inside flickered erratically, casting my distorted reflection in the warped steel, pale, wide-eyed, with something else lurking behind me. A fleeting blur of white that vanished whenever I turned to confront it. My chest tightened, the air so dense it felt like breathing in liquid concrete, and the smell intensified, a nauseating blend of decay and something metallic, like old blood. Then, the floor shook, a violent, jarring lurch that threw me against the wall, my shoulders slamming into the control panel, With a sickening crack, the lights died, plunging me into absolute darkness, and a low, guttural moan rose from below. Not mechanical, but undeniably alive. A mournful wail that vibrated through the elevator shaft itself. I clawed at the walls, nails scraping against cold steel, the moan swelling into a roar that shook the very foundations of the elevator car. The elevator shuddered to a halt, but the doors remained stubbornly closed. The air grew hotter, thick with humidity, pressing against my skin like a suffocating wet rag. And the smell became overwhelming. Fresh blood, coppery and sharp, mingling with that cloying sweetness of putrefaction. Something dripped from the ceiling, warm and viscous, splattering on my cheek. I wiped it away, my fingers trembling as I held them up. No light to confirm it, but I knew it was blood. The moan transformed into a raspy whisper. Abby, impossibly close now, right outside the doors. A voice that was no longer remotely human. The metal groaned, bending inward with a slow, tortured screech. And I saw them, fingers long and pale, prying at the narrow gap between the doors, nails black and jagged, peeling the steel apart like flimsy paper. I screamed. A raw, primal sound of terror that was immediately swallowed by a sudden, jarring thud against the doors. The fingers vanished, but the elevator shook again, dropping a foot before catching with a bone-jarring jolt that slammed me to my knees. The lights flickered back on, dim yellow, buzzing with a malevolent energy, and the door slid open, revealing a basement hallway I'd never seen before. A nightmarish landscape ripped from a fever dream. The walls were rough concrete, slick with moisture, streaked with black mold that pulsed with a sickening organic rhythm, like veins beneath decaying skin. The air was colder here, sharp with the metallic tang of iron and the overwhelming stench of death. And the floor glistened, covered in a thin film of water, or something far thicker and more viscous, that rippled as I stepped out. The whispers were gone, replaced by a new, more profound sound. A soft, rhythmic thud, like a monstrous heartbeat, pulsing through the very walls of the basement. I turned a corner, my heart hammering against my ribs. And there it was, a door, rusted and warped, its paint peeling in strips like flayed skin. A sign hung crookedly above it, barely legible in the dim, flickering light. Maintenance. The rhythmic thudding emanated from within, steady and wet, and I saw something seeping from under the doorframe. Dark, viscous, pooling on the floor with a faint, sickly steam rising from its surface. My hand hovered over the doorknob, the metal ice cold and buzzing with a strange, almost imperceptible energy beneath my fingertips. The intercom crackled overhead. A single, distorted word. Marjorie! A voice, but stretched and warped into a scream that abruptly cut off, leaving a ringing silence in its wake. I pushed the door open, the hinges shrieking in protest. A sound that echoed through the cavernous basement, and the smell hit me like a physical blow. Blood and bile, so thick and pungent I retched, my stomach convulsing. The room was a cavern of shifting shadows, illuminated by a single bare bulb swinging from a frayed cord, casting wild, erratic arcs of light. Rusted pipes lined the walls, dripping condensation, but some weren't pipes. They twitched, flexing like exposed tendons, oozing a black, tar-like sludge that hissed as it hit the concrete floor. In the center of the room stood Marjorie, or what remained of her. Her arms hung limp at her sides, her head lolling back at an unnatural angle, her mouth gaping wide in a silent scream, but her eyes were open, white and unseeing, staring blankly at the ceiling. She wasn't alive. She wasn't alive. But she spoke. Abby. A whisper, raw and broken, spilling from her torn throat like a final, agonizing breath. Marjorie's dead eyes locked onto mine, white and devoid of life, her mouth a gaping, torn wound. Abby. She rasped again, her voice a gurgling, distorted echo that didn't align with the stillness of her chest. The room pulsed around her, the tendon-like pipes twitching with increasing speed, their black sludge dripping in thick, viscous ropes that splattered the floor with a sickening hiss. The air was a suffocating miasma of blood and bile, so dense I could barely draw breath, my throat burning with each desperate gasp. I staggered forward, hands trembling, the bare bulb overhead swinging more wildly, casting her grotesque shadow in jagged, dancing slashes across the walls. She wasn't alone. Something was holding her upright. A macabre web of wires and cords, slick and pulsating with unnatural life, snaking down from the ceiling, wrapping around her arms and neck like the strings of a grotesque puppet. The intercom crackled, a burst of static that resolved into a scream, hers, raw and unending, shredding the air with its intensity. I clapped my hands over my ears, but it drilled into my skull, a needle piercing my brain. The wires tightened, pulling her head back even further, her spine arching with a sickening pop. Her lips moved, mouthing my name, but the voice came from everywhere, the pipes, the walls, the sludge pooling at my feet. "Abby, stay," it whispered, a chorus of a dozen voices, all speaking as one, low and filled with a terrifying hunger. My flashlight beam, now weak and flickering, darted across the room, catching glints of metal embedded deep within the concrete walls. Old speakers, rusted and warped, their grills pulsing like diseased lungs, exhaling that rancid sweetness that coated my tongue. I lunged for her, grabbing her arm, cold, rubbery, like meat left too long in a refrigerator. The wires snapped taut, yanking her back, and I felt it, a jolt, electric and alive, surging through my fingers. The room roared, a deep, guttural bellow that shook the floor beneath my feet, and the black sludge surged upward, wrapping around my ankles in a warm, sticky embrace. I yanked free, my shoes slipping in the viscous mess, and saw them, shapes in the walls, human outlines pressed against the concrete, their hands clawing silently, mouths open in frozen, silent screams. The bulb flickered, and their shadows stretched, reaching for me with fingers that bent too far, snapping like brittle twigs. "Abby, join us." The whisper was a command now, booming from the speakers, the pipes from Marjorie's gaping mouth. Her head jerked forward, her eyes rolling back to reveal empty black pits, and her jaw unhinged further, a black, swollen tongue lolling out, too long, too thick, dripping with that same foul sludge. I stumbled back, heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird, as the wires lashed out, whipping through the air like living tendrils. One caught my wrist, slicing deep, and I screamed, blood welling up, hot and crimson, mixing with the filth on the floor. The room pulsed harder, the monstrous heartbeat thudding faster, and the shapes in the walls broke free, pale, eyeless figures, their limbs twisted at unnatural angles, crawling from the concrete like spiders emerging from a festering wound. I swung my flashlight, the weakening beam a pathetic weapon, smashing one of the embedded speakers. It shattered with a wet, sickening crunch, spewing black ooze that burned where it splattered my skin. The scream faltered, and Marjorie's body slumped, the wires loosening their grip for a fleeting second. I grabbed a rusted pipe from the floor, my hands slick with sweat and blood, and hacked at the cords around her neck. They snapped, spraying me with a hot, bitter fluid that stung my eyes, and she fell, a lifeless heap, her head cracking against the concrete with a dull, sickening thud. But the room didn't stop. It roared louder, the walls splitting open, revealing a mass of writhing flesh and wire, a pulsating living core that glowed with a sickly, greenish light. The eyeless figures closed in, their mouths gaping wide, whispering my name in a chorus that threatened to overwhelm my senses. I swung the pipe again, smashing another speaker, and the core shuddered, its unholy glow dimming slightly. The floor cracked beneath me, a jagged fissure opening wide, and I saw it, a pit, deep and impossibly black, filled with a writhing mass of limbs and faces, all twisting, reaching upward with broken skeletal hands. The intercom blared. "Abby, you can't leave." A final desperate howl as the core pulsed one last time, sending a wave of black sludge crashing towards me. I dodged, diving for the doorway, my hands clawing at the frame as the room collapsed inward, the pit swallowing Marjorie's body with a wet, sucking sound. A final, horrifying gurgle. I ran, the hallway trembling around me, the concrete walls buckling and groaning like the flesh of a dying beast. The whispers chased me, fading into a hiss as I reached the service elevator. The doors slammed shut just as something heavy thudded against them. A sickening impact that dented the steel, claws screeching down the outside as the elevator lurched upward. I collapsed, gasping for air, the taste of blood and rot thick in my mouth. The scratches on my wrist burned, pulsing in time with my frantic heartbeat, and I knew whatever was down there wasn't finished with me. It had let me go, but not without a price. The elevator deposited me back into the main hallway, the lights flickering weakly, casting a jaundiced, sickly yellow glow. I stumbled through the emergency exit, the cold night air hitting me like a slap in the face. Clean, crisp, a stark contrast to the suffocating stench that clung to my scrubs. The parking lot was deserted, the hospital looming behind me, silent and menacing, its windows dark and hollow, staring down like empty eyes that would never blink. I drove home, hands shaking uncontrollably on the steering wheel, the road blurring through tears I didn't realize I was shedding. The rearview mirror remained empty, but I swore I saw it. A flicker of white, a shadow too tall and distorted to be human, trailing me in the darkness. I quit the next day. No 2 weeks' notice, no farewells. Just a terse phone call to R, my voice flat and emotionless as I fabricated a family emergency. I couldn't return. Not after Marjorie, not after that pit. I moved to a cramped, run-down apartment across town, a concrete box with peeling paint, far from the oppressive presence of St. Agnes. The scratches on my wrist healed slowly, leaving behind thin raised scars that itched incessantly under my sleeve. I told myself it was over, that I'd escaped. For a while I almost managed to believe it. The whispers ceased, the shadows remained still, and the air no longer tasted like death. But it was a lie. A year later I sit here, typing this on a laptop that hums with an unsettling resonance. The screen's harsh glare the only source of light in the room. I don't sleep much anymore. I can't. Not with the way the walls creak and groan at night. A soft, unsettling sound that feels far too alive. Last week it began again. Not the intercom. There are no speakers here. But a sound, faint at first, emanating from the electrical outlets. A hiss, a breath, a whisper. Abby. So soft I initially dismissed it as a hallucination. Then the lights flickered, just once, and I felt it. A cold, spectral brush against the back of my neck, like icy fingers tracing the contours of my spine. I checked the scars that night. They were no longer red, they were black, raised and rough, forming a distinct, unmistakable shape. The tiny, perfect outline of a speaker grill. I rarely leave the apartment now. The hum from the outlets is louder each night, a growing chorus building within the walls, and the scars burn when it calls. Last night, I woke to the sound of static, crisp, sharp, like a radio desperately searching for a signal. Coming from the kitchen. I didn't look. I couldn't, but I heard it. Abby. We're still here. Marjorie's voice, distorted and twisted by static, layered over that wet, guttural rasp I'd come to dread. The lights dimmed, and the room filled with that familiar, suffocating stench. Blood, rust, decay, seeping from the outlets like a noxious fog. I grabbed a kitchen knife, my hands trembling uncontrollably, and slashed at the scars, cutting deep, attempting to excise the horror that had taken root within me. Blood flowed hot and crimson, but the black lines remained, pulsing beneath my skin, a permanent reminder of my ordeal. I'm writing this now because I don't know how much time I have left. The static is constant, a relentless drone that never ceases, and the lights flicker faster, strobing the shadows into grotesque, familiar shapes, elongated arms, bent necks, eyeless faces. The knife lies beside me, stained red, but it's useless. The scars are spreading, creeping up my arm like a parasitic vine, and they whisper when I touch them. Soft, insistent, calling me back. I thought I'd escaped St. Agnes, but I was wrong. It released me so it could follow. Tonight, the power surged, and the laptop screen glitched. My reflection showed something standing behind me. A blank, featureless face, dripping black, viscous fluid. I'm not turning around. I won't. But this is my final warning. If you hear your name whispered from a wall, a wire, a speaker, run. It's not finished with me, and it might not be finished with you. The first thing they teach you, behavioral science, is that killers are just people. People with broken wiring, perhaps, but still people. After 6 years interviewing the most depraved murderers across 12 state facilities, I no longer believe that. Some of them are something else entirely. My name is Dr. Malcolm Reed, criminal psychologist for the Department of Justice's Deep Profile Program. We study serial offenders whose methods suggest psychological patterns valuable to ongoing investigations. The work is clinical, methodical, and governed by strict protocols. 3 rules in particular that must never be broken. I still remember the copper taste of blood in my mouth when Agent Harlow briefed me on my first assignment at Black Ridge Maximum Security. Her voice crisp like autumn leaves underfoot. She slid a manila folder across her desk. Interview subject, Thomas Wayland, 47. Victims across 9 states, all women, all with their tongues removed. When I opened the file, a Polaroid slipped out. A pale, unremarkable man with eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. My stomach tightened as his gaze seemed to follow me from the photograph. The Bureau needs insight into his victim selection process, Harlow continued. But there are rules, Dr. Reed. Non-negotiable rules. She slid a laminated card across the desk. 3 lines, bold red text. If an inmate does not appear in official records, do not proceed with the interview. Some prisoners will mention murders that haven't happened yet. Ignore them. If an interviewee suddenly stops speaking, leans forward, and smiles too wide, end the session immediately. These seem oddly specific, I said, tracing the embossed text with my fingertip. Harlow's face remained impassive. Follow them anyway. The drive to Black Ridge the next morning took me through dense Virginia forest. Mist clung to the trees like spectral fingers as the prison emerged from the fog, a concrete monolith rising from the landscape like a medieval fortress. The air inside smelled of industrial disinfectant, barely masking decades of human desperation. Officer Jenkins escorted me through a series of heavy steel doors, each clang reverberating through my chest like a warning bell. Wayland's different, he muttered, eyes fixed ahead. Doesn't sleep, doesn't blink enough, just sits and whispers to himself. The interview room was stark. A metal table bolted to the floor, 2 chairs, and a 2-way mirror that reflected my pale face back at me. The recorder clicked on with a mechanical finality as the door opened. Thomas Wayland entered with shuffling steps, his prison jumpsuit hanging loosely on his frame. The photograph hadn't captured the most disturbing aspect of his appearance, his stillness, He didn't fidget or adjust. He simply existed, watching me with eyes that reminded me of deep water. "Good morning, Mr. Wayland," I began, my voice steadier than I felt. "I'm Dr. Reed with the Department of Justice." His head tilted slightly, as if hearing something beyond the room's silence. "You're new," he said, his voice surprisingly gentle. "They keep sending new ones. The others don't come back." A chill traced my spine. "I'd like to discuss your case, if that's all right." "My case?" His lips curled into what approximated a smile. "Or my work? Your victims." I opened his file deliberately. "Let's start with Eliza Pearson." Wayland's eyes narrowed fractionally. "She wasn't first, according to your conviction." "Records lie, Doctor." His fingers drummed once, twice on the metal table. "But you know all about following records, don't you?" Rule 1. My blood froze. I hadn't mentioned the rules. There were others before Eliza, he continued, and there will be more. After all, I'm just one voice in the choir. I remembered Rule 2. Ignore mentions of future murders. "Mr. Wayland, we're here to discuss your confirmed victims." His expression didn't change, but something shifted in his eyes, like watching a predator slide beneath murky water. "Did they tell you why they take our tongues, Doctor?" My pen halted mid-note. "The case file indicates you removed your victims' tongues." "No." He leaned slightly forward. "We remove them. All of us who hear the whispers. It's the only way to stop them from speaking the names." "What names?" His gaze slipped past me to the empty corner of the room. He stared at it with such intensity that I found myself turning to look. Nothing was there, but the air felt suddenly colder, denser. The names of those who could hear them too. 3 more interviews with Wayland yielded little beyond cryptic references to whispers and the choir. His file showed a concerning pattern. Each psychologist who interviewed him requested transfer within weeks. My predecessor, Dr. Sampson, had resigned entirely and disappeared to somewhere without cell service, according to Harlow. I found myself bringing Wayland's file home, spreading crime scene photos across my dining table. 47 women, diverse in appearance and background, connected only by the missing tongues and small precise symbols carved behind their left ears. Symbols absent from the official reports. The dream started after the 4th interview. In them, I stood in a forest clearing, while figures shuffled in circles around me, their movements jerky and wrong. They had no faces, just smooth skin stretched over skull-like protrusions, and they whispered names I couldn't quite hear. I woke each time with the taste of copper in my mouth and my sheets soaked with sweat. On my 6th visit to Black Ridge, Jenkins met me at the security checkpoint, his complexion ashen. "There's been an incident with Wayland," he said, voice low despite the empty hallway. "Found his cellmate this morning with his tongue cut out, using a plastic spork, if you can believe it." My stomach lurched. "Is he dead?" "No." But he's not talking. Jenkins attempted a smile at his macabre joke before continuing. "Here's the weird part. Wayland was locked in his cell all night. No way he could have done it. The cellmate did it to himself. The interview that day was different. Wayland sat straighter, his energy somehow more focused, like a radio picking up a clearer signal. "You've been looking at their ears," he said before I could speak. "You see the markings? Not in the reports, are they?" I kept my expression neutral despite my shock. "Mr. Wayland, there's another one coming. Marissa Winters, 26, blonde, teaches 3rd grade in Chesapeake, lives alone with 3 cats." His eyes bored into mine. "She can hear them too now. She just doesn't know it yet." Rule 2. Ignore mentions of murders that haven't happened yet. I redirected. "Tell me about these symbols, Thomas. What do they mean?" "They're not symbols, Doctor. They're signatures." His head tilted again, listening. "Mine looks like a fishhook. Jenkins has one like a spiral. What will yours be, I wonder?" My pen crushed against the paper. Officer Jenkins isn't a killer. Wayland's smile was terrible in its gentleness. Not yet. But he started hearing them. I can tell by the way he flinches when no one's speaking. That night, I broke protocol. I searched for Marissa Winters and found her. A third-grade teacher in Chesapeake with blonde hair smiling from the faculty page of Lakeside Elementary. My hands shook as I closed my laptop and reached for the bottle of bourbon on my countertop. The television murmured in the background as I drank. Some late-night talk show providing white noise against the silence of my apartment. I must have dozed off because I woke to static on the screen and a crick in my neck. 3:17 a.m. The clock read. 17 a.m. The clock read. The static from the TV formed patterns if I squinted, almost like figures moving in snow. Between bursts of white noise, I could have sworn I heard my name whispered with terrible intimacy. I hadn't told Wayland my first name. The next morning, I called in sick. Instead of going to Blackridge, I drove to Chesapeake, convincing myself I was simply disproving Wayland's ramblings. Lakeside Elementary was a cheerful building with children's artwork plastered across the windows. I sat in my car across the street, watching as teachers and students arrived. Marissa Winters stepped out of a blue Honda at 7:45 a.m. She matched the website photo. Blonde, petite, carrying a tote bag covered in cartoon cats. But something about her made my chest tighten. She kept touching her left ear, her movements increasingly frantic as she approached the building. Just before entering, she turned and scanned the parking lot, her gaze passing over my car without stopping. Her expression held pure terror. I followed her home that evening, hating myself with each mile. Her small townhouse looked painfully normal. Flower pots on the porch. A bless this mess welcome mat. Through her front window, I watched her feed her cats, her movements mechanical. Every few minutes she would freeze and tilt her head, listening. I was about to leave when she suddenly stared directly at my car. Our eyes met through 2 panes of glass, and her expression shifted from fear to resignation. She raised her hand in a small wave, then drew her finger across her throat in a slashing motion before disappearing into the house. When I returned to my apartment that night, the door was unlocked. Nothing was missing, but everything was slightly out of place. Chairs angled differently, books rearranged. On my bathroom mirror, written in what looked like toothpaste, but smelled metallic. Rule 1 broken. I called Agent Harlow, hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the phone. There's no official assignment regarding any Marissa Winters, she said, her voice tight with what might have been concern or anger. And there's no inmate named Thomas Wayland at Blackridge. That's impossible. I've been interviewing him for weeks. I have the files right. The folders on my dining table were gone. Report to headquarters tomorrow morning, Harlow said. We need to evaluate your status with the program. After hanging up, I sat in the dark, the silence of my apartment pressing against my eardrums like a physical weight. Around 2 a.m., my phone buzzed with a news alert. Local teacher found dead in apparent suicide. The accompanying image showed Marissa Winters' townhouse surrounded by police tape. Headquarters was unusually empty when I arrived the next morning. Agent Harlow met me in the same office where she'd given me the assignment, but her demeanor had shifted. Her movements were precise, almost robotic, and she wouldn't meet my eyes. Your security clearance has been temporarily suspended, she said, sliding a form across her desk. I had placed my hands flat on the desk to stop their trembling. Thomas Wayland is real. I interviewed him multiple times. And Marissa Winters, a tragic suicide, completely unrelated to any ongoing investigation. Harlow finally looked at me directly. I noticed she was wearing her hair differently, pulled back tightly to cover the area behind her left ear. Dr. Reed, there's no Thomas Wayland in our database. There's no record of you conducting interviews at Blackridge this month. Check the visitor logs. Officer Jenkins escorted me every time. There is no Officer Jenkins employed at Blackridge Maximum Security. Ice formed in my veins. I can prove it. I have his card somewhere. I dug through my wallet with increasing desperation, finding nothing. Malcolm. Harlow's use of my first name startled me. Take some time off. Rest. We can revisit your assignment when you're feeling better. As I stood to leave, she added, "And Malcolm, remember the rules. Especially the third one." The next 2 weeks passed in a haze of sleepless nights and obsessive research. I created a wall in my apartment. Photos of Wayland's victims, maps showing their locations, notes from interviews that existed only in my memory. Somewhere in this tapestry of horror was the truth. The whispers started on day 9. At first, just at night. Barely audible murmurings that seemed to come from the walls. I blamed pipes, neighbors, the wind. But they grew clearer, more insistent, until I could make out individual voices speaking in unison. They were naming cities, dates, names. I recorded them on my phone, but the playback contained only static. When I pressed the speaker to my ear, beneath the white noise, I swore I could hear a wet, clicking sound like a tongue against teeth. On day 12, I noticed the itch behind my left ear. When I examined it in the mirror, I found a small raised welt in the shape of what looked like a spiral, with a line through it. By morning, it had developed into a distinct symbol that no amount of scrubbing would remove. That same day, I received a text from an unknown number. "Miss you at Blackridge Dock. Choir's getting louder. Cool." I drove to Blackridge immediately, convinced that seeing the prison would ground me in reality. The guard at the entrance gate looked at me with suspicion when I claimed to be conducting interviews. "No Thomas Wayland here," he confirmed after checking his computer. "And no scheduled interviews for Department of Justice this month." "What about Officer Jenkins?" I asked, desperation creeping into my voice. The guard's expression shifted subtly. "Haven't had a Jenkins here in..." He paused. "Must be 15 years now." 15 years? Yeah. Richard Jenkins worked here till he killed himself in 7. Cut his own tongue out, if you can believe it. Horrible mess. I drove home in a daze, the whispers now audible even over the engine's roar. They seemed to be coming from the passenger seat, which remained empty despite my constant checking. My apartment had been disturbed again. The research wall was untouched, but on my desk sat a small digital recorder I didn't recognize. A yellow post-it note attached read simply, "Play me?" I pressed play with shaking fingers. Static hissed from the tiny speaker, followed by my own voice. Interview with subject Thomas Wayland, April 17th. Then another voice, not Wayland's, but Agent Harlow's. Subject continues to respond well to cognitive reframe. Believes he is the interviewer rather than the subject. Memory implantation holding steady. My voice again, but confused, slurred. "Where am I? This isn't right. Continue the protocol, doctor." A new voice, male, clinical. Subject exhibits classic signs of transference. He's adopting the persona of his interviewer as a defense mechanism, quite common in deep cover operations. "I don't understand," my voice whispered. "I'm Dr. Malcolm Reed. I work for the Department of Justice." Laughter, multiple voices. "You really believe that, don't you?" Inmate 2317. The recording ended with a sound that made my blood freeze. The wet, clicking noise I'd heard beneath the static on my phone. I stumbled to the bathroom, violent nausea overcoming me. In the mirror, my reflection looked wrong somehow. My features slightly asymmetrical, my eyes too wide. The marking behind my ear had deepened, now resembling a stylized hook. The whispers crescendoed, and for the first time, I understood what they were saying. "Your turn. Your turn." On my kitchen counter, I found a knife that didn't belong to me, crusted with something dark. Beside it lay a torn-out human tongue. I don't remember leaving my apartment or driving to Agent Harlow's house. My next clear memory is standing in her darkened living room, watching her sleep through her bedroom doorway. The knife from my kitchen was in my hand, though I don't recall bringing it. The whispers had reached a deafening level, a chorus of voices all speaking in perfect unison. "She knows. She lied. She's next. I must have made a sound because Harlow's eyes snapped open. She showed no surprise at finding me in her bedroom, just resignation. You broke all 3 rules, she said quietly, sitting up. I warned you. What's happening to me? My voice sounded strange to my own ears, wet and thick. You're joining the choir, just like Jenkins did. Just like I will eventually. She switched on her bedside lamp, illuminating the room in soft amber. We all do once we hear them. Who are they? Harlow smiled sadly. Not who. What? They exist in the spaces between thoughts, between words, old as language itself. They need tongues to silence those who can hear them, to add voices to their choir. She pulled back her hair, revealing a symbol behind her ear, a perfect circle with a dot at its center. Mine hasn't fully formed yet. You're further along. She gestured to the knife in my hand. Are you here for my tongue, Dr. Reed? I looked down at the blade as if seeing it for the first time. Horror washed over me. No. God, no. Then you're still fighting. Good. She rose and moved to her dresser, retrieving a file folder. A real one this time. There is no Thomas Wayland. Not officially. But there was a patient at Blackridge Psychiatric Wing in the 1970s who claimed to hear voices speaking through radio static. He removed his own tongue, then somehow managed to remove the tongues of 6 staff members before killing himself. She handed me a faded photograph of a gaunt man with hollow eyes. Though the features were different, something in his expression was hauntingly familiar. The staff reported hearing whispers for weeks afterward. 3 of them committed suicide within the year. 2 disappeared. The last one, Dr. Frederick Wayland, changed his name and continued his research in secret. Thomas Wayland, I whispered. He named his delusion. It's not a delusion, Malcolm. The whispers are real. Harlow's eyes reflected the lamplight oddly, like an animal's. They spread like a virus through attention. By studying them, interviewing those who hear them, we only amplify their signal. Why not warn me properly? Those cryptic rules. Direct warnings accelerate the process. The rules are designed to minimize exposure without triggering immediate progression. She looked at the knife still clutched in my hand. It's already too late for you. Your symbol has fully formed. As if on cue, the whispers surged, and with them came understanding. Terrible, unwanted understanding. The symbols weren't signatures. They were frequencies, each unique to the individual hearing the whispers. Men allowed me to hear the specific pitch of voices that wanted Harlow silenced. I backed away, the knife clattering to the floor. I need to go. Where? Her voice held genuine pity. There's nowhere that will silence them now. I fled into the night, driving aimlessly as the whispers directed me through dark, unfamiliar streets. Near dawn, I found myself parked outside a suburban home I didn't recognize. Inside, through gauzy curtains, I could see a man making coffee in his kitchen. The whispers told me his name was Daniel Mercer, that he'd recently begun hearing them too, that his tongue needed to be silenced. My hand was on the door handle before I realized what I was doing. Horrified, I jammed the car into reverse and sped away, the whispers howling their disappointment. I checked into a motel under a false name, using cash. In the bathroom, I examined the symbol behind my ear. It seemed to pulse in time with my heartbeat, the skin around it inflamed and hot to the touch. When I pressed it, the whispers momentarily synchronized into a single, deafening command. Silence them. That night, I drove to a 24-hour department store and bought supplies, sound-dampening headphones, earplugs, a white noise machine, and a prepaid phone. Isolation might slow the progression. I called the only person who might understand, Agent Harlow. There's one option you haven't considered, she said after I explained my plan. Why do you think they want the tongues, Malcolm? The realization hit me like a physical blow. To silence those who can speak about them. Exactly. The tongue is how we spread awareness of them. It's how their signal propagates. So if I remove my own, you might break the connection. Or become like Thomas Wayland, trapped between worlds. I don't know. She paused, and I heard her breathing change. They're getting louder for me too. We don't have much time. We need to document this. Warn others without triggering them. That's what the rules were supposed to do. Her laugh was brittle, but curiosity always wins. It's human nature to look deeper, to need answers. After hanging up, I began writing everything down, from my first meeting with Wayland to the whispers now constantly surrounding me. My handwriting grew increasingly erratic as the night progressed. The whispers offering new names, new targets, places where others like me could be found, their tongues ripe for silencing. In the bathroom mirror, I noticed a change. My eyes had developed a glassy quality, and when I smiled, it stretched too wide across my face. The expression reminded me of Wayland's unnatural grin. Of rule number 3, the realization struck suddenly. Rule 3 wasn't about the interviewee smiling too wide. It was a warning that the interviewer was becoming the threat. By morning, the motel room walls were covered with my frantic writing. Names, locations, symbols I didn't consciously recognize, but my hand produced with fluid certainty. The whispers had segmented into distinct channels now, some urging me toward violence, others reciting what seemed like ancient texts in languages I shouldn't understand, but somehow did. My phone buzzed with a text from Harlow. Coming to you. Found something. Hold on. I paced the small room, fingers constantly returning to the symbol behind my ear, which now felt hot enough to burn. The mirror showed my deterioration. Bloodshot eyes, hair matted with sweat, lips cracked and bleeding from where I'd bitten them in my sleep. When Harlow knocked, I had to force myself to lower the knife I didn't remember picking up. She entered cautiously, looking worse than I did, her usually immaculate appearance disheveled, dark circles beneath her eyes, a smear of something rust-colored on her sleeve. Is that blood? I asked, backing away. Not mine. Her voice sounded strange, slightly slurred. She opened her mouth wider, revealing a jagged wound where a portion of her tongue had been cut away. Compromise, she managed to say. Partial removal. Quieter now. Horror and hope warred within me. Does it work? She nodded, passing me a flash drive. Research. Frederick Wayland's journals. The original Thomas. Found them in sealed archives. I plugged the drive into my laptop with trembling hands. The files contained scanned pages of handwritten journals dating back to the 1970s, growing more deranged with each entry. The final pages contained crude drawings of symbols, dozens of them, including the hook behind my ear and the circle behind Harlow's. The last entry, dated the day before Thomas Wayland's suicide, read, "The whispers are a doorway. Each symbol is a key. They don't want tongues for silence. They want vessels. Empty the vessel of its voice, and something else can fill it." I've begun the protocol on myself. Partial success. When the final tongue is taken, the door opens both ways. Attached was a list of names. The final one, Frederick, had been crossed out and replaced with Thomas. He became the delusion, I whispered. He took his father's research subject's name. Harlow nodded grimly, pointing to the screen with an insistent finger. I scrolled down to find a map marked with locations where the signal was strongest. Abandoned radio towers, certain hospital psychiatric wards, and at its center, Blackridge, Patient Zero. I realized the original Thomas Wayland is still there somehow, still broadcasting. Harlow's eyes widened in understanding despite her compromised speech. End the signal. The whispers rose to a screaming pitch as I contemplated this, as if sensing my intention. My vision blurred with their fury, my ears feeling like they might bleed from the pressure. I made my decision in that moment of clarity. We need to go to Blackridge, to the source. Harlow drove while I huddled in the passenger seat, headphones blasting white noise that barely muffled the whispers. They had started forming visual hallucinations now. Shadow figures at the periphery of my vision, reaching with two long fingers. Every mile closer to Blackridge intensified their presence. The prison rose from the landscape just as before, but now I could see what I'd missed. Subtle patterns in the architecture that formed massive versions of the symbols. The entire facility designed as an amplifier. The guard at the gate stared at us blankly when we approached, his eyes glassy, a trickle of blood visible at the corner of his mouth. Without speaking, he raised the barrier. "He's one of them," I whispered. Harlow nodded, her knuckles white on the steering wheel. We parked and approached the main entrance. The whispers, now so loud they manifested as a visible distortion in the air around us, like heat waves rising from hot asphalt. No one stopped us as we navigated the corridors. The few staff we passed either ignored us completely or watched with the same glassy-eyed stare as the gate guard. "Psychiatric wing," I managed through gritted teeth. The pain from the symbol behind my ear, now excruciating. Sub-basement. We descended stairs that seemed to stretch impossibly downward, the air growing colder and heavier with each step. The lights flickered in rhythmic patterns that matched the cadence of the whispers. The psychiatric wing's entrance was marked with a symbol I recognized from Wayland's journals, a complex spiral that seemed to move when viewed directly. The door swung open at our approach, revealing a long corridor lined with empty cells. At the corridor's end sat a single room with a reinforced door. The nameplate read simply, "Patient 0B." Inside, we found not a person but a reel-to-reel tape recorder surrounded by speakers, still running despite decades of apparent abandonment. The tape had worn thin in places but continued its endless loop, outputting nothing but soft static to human ears. But beneath that static, the whispers had their genesis. "Destroy it," Harlow slurred, her partial tongue making her words thick. As I moved toward the machine, the whispers consolidated into a single, deafening voice. "You are too late. The door is opening." The shadows in the room's corners deepened and stretched, forming vaguely humanoid shapes with too many angles. The air pressure changed suddenly, my ears popping painfully as reality seemed to thin around us. With a final surge of will, I grabbed the ancient tape recorder and smashed it against the floor. The reel spun wildly, tape spooling across the room as the machine shattered. For one blessed moment, silence fell. Then came a sound worse than the whispers, a vast, inhuman shriek that seemed to emanate not from the room, but from the space between thoughts. The shadows congealed into more substantial forms, reaching for us with appendages that bent wrongly. Harlow grabbed my arm, pulling me toward the door as the darkness gathered substance. We ran through corridors that stretched and contracted impossibly, past cells now occupied by figures who pressed against the bars, their mouths open in silent screams, their faces familiar. Jenkins, Marissa Winters, and dozens of others I'd seen only ways I'd seen it, only in case files or my visions. We burst into daylight that felt too bright, too sharp. The prison behind us shimmered like a mirage, the whispers now audible even without the amplification of the tape machine. They had found another way in. In the car, speeding away, Harlow turned to me with tears streaming down her face. She opened her mouth to speak, but instead of words, a sound emerged that made my blood freeze. The wet, clicking noise I'd heard beneath the static. Her eyes widened in horror as her mouth continued moving, the inhuman sounds increasing in volume and complexity. The symbol behind her ear had changed, deepened into something more complex that seemed to writhe against her skin. I realized too late what Frederick Wayland's journal had meant. When the final tongue is taken, the door opens both ways. By removing part of her tongue, Harlow had created the perfect vessel, not silenced, but transformed into a speaker for what waited on the other side. That was 3 weeks ago. I've been driving ever since, changing motels nightly, paying cash, avoiding cameras. The whispers have quieted to a constant but manageable murmur, like distant radio chatter. The symbol behind my ear has stabilized, neither growing nor fading, a permanent reminder of how close I came to becoming a vessel. I don't know what happened to Harlow. I left her at a hospital emergency room, her body convulsing as sounds no human should make poured from her mouth. The news reported her death 2 days later from complications related to self-inflicted injuries. I know better. Whatever came through used her until the vessel broke. Black Ridge Maximum Security was closed due to structural concerns following an unexplained electrical fire. Satellite images show the building still standing, but altered somehow. Its shadows falling at impossible angles even on cloudless days. I'm documenting everything now, but carefully, encoding the true danger in seemingly arbitrary rules rather than explicit warnings. Direct knowledge accelerates exposure. Vague caution provides a chance of survival. The 3 rules I'll pass to my successor. If an inmate does not appear in official records, do not proceed with the interview. Some prisoners will mention murders that haven't happened yet. Ignore them. If an interviewee suddenly stops speaking, leans forward, and smiles too wide, end the session immediately. I've taken a position at a small community college teaching introductory psychology. From here, I can monitor for signs. Students who tilt their heads as if listening to something beyond human hearing. Colleagues who develop unexplained symbols behind their ears. News reports of tongues removed with surgical precision. The whispers tell me there are others like me. People who heard them but resisted the compulsion. We recognize each other by the symbols we carry and the careful way we choose our words, always vigilant against saying too much. Sometimes at night, when the boundary between waking and sleeping thins, I still hear Thomas Whalen's gentle voice. Records lie, Doctor. But you know all about following records, don't you? Rule 1. He was right. The most dangerous records are the ones that don't officially exist. The knowledge that slips through the cracks of rational explanation. The truths we can't bear to document. If you're reading this, you're already listening more carefully to the spaces between words, aren't you? That slight static in your ears right now isn't your imagination. And that itch behind your left ear, I wouldn't scratch it if I were you. Some doors, once opened, can never truly close. I don't believe in God anymore. Not after what I witnessed at St. Ecclesia Obscura. But I believe in something now. Entities that hover in sacred spaces, waiting in the silence between whispered devotions. They listen, they answer, and answers come with a terrible price. Let me tell you about the church where I worked, where shadows moved against the light and prayers hung in the air like poison. But first, I must give you the same warning I received, scrawled on yellowed parchment my first day. If you hear whispered prayers from the confession booth, but no one is inside, walk away. Some prayers are in languages you will not recognize. Do not try to understand them. If you ever hear someone praying for you by name, leave immediately. They are not praying for your salvation. I should have heeded these warnings. I should have walked away the moment Father Thaddeus slid that parchment across his ancient desk. His smile, never-reaching eyes so pale. They seem to absorb light rather than reflect it. But desperation makes fools of the faithful and the faithless alike. I had nowhere else to go when I found the listing. Caretaker needed. St. Ecclesia Obscura. Room and board provided. Seminary experience preferred. The seminary part caught my attention. I'd been 3 months from ordination when I lost my faith, watching my sister waste away from cancer, despite endless prayers that echoed hollowly against hospital walls. The rain was relentless the day I arrived. Water streaming from gargoyles' mouths along the church's Gothic facade. St. Ecclesia Obscura loomed against the gray sky, its stone blackened with age, its spire disappearing into low-hanging clouds. The building seemed to breathe in the downpour, expanding and contracting in my peripheral vision. Father Thaddeus met me at the heavy oak doors, his cassock immaculate despite the weather. Aga had carved deep lines into his face, yet his movements possessed uncanny fluidity. His handshake felt like gripping sun-warmed stone. "Michael Hayes," he said, my name emerging as if tasted rather than spoken. "You've come at an auspicious time." Our last caretaker departed, unexpectedly. The church interior smelled of ancient incense, candle wax, and something metallic beneath, like old pennies or blood. Rows of pews stretched toward an altar, carved from black marble, where a silver crucifix hung suspended by chains that vanished into the shadows of a ceiling too high to properly discern. "The duties are simple," Father Thaddeus explained, leading me through the nave. "Maintain the grounds, assist with services, record prayer requests, staff the night hours when parishioners seek solace." His voice echoed strangely in the space, as if the acoustics defied natural laws. When he spoke of prayer requests, the echo lingered several seconds too long. "You'll have private quarters in the east transept. The pay's modest, but few inquire about that. Most come for answers." "Answers to what?" I asked. Father Thaddeus smiled again, revealing teeth too small and numerous for a human mouth. "That depends entirely on their questions, doesn't it?" In his office, a cramped space behind the sacristy, he slid the yellowed parchment across his desk. The rules were written in meticulous calligraphy, the ink brown rather than black. "These must be observed without exception," he said. "Your predecessor failed in this regard." "What happened to him?" I asked, scanning the cryptic warnings. Father Thaddeus's expression remained fixed. His prayers were answered. Before I could ask what that meant, a sound drifted from the main chamber. Soft, broken sobbing that raised goosebumps along my arms. Father Thaddeus seemed not to notice. "That will be all for today," he said, rising. "Sister Helena, we'll show you to your quarters. Services begin at dawn." I followed the sound of weeping instead, drawn to its raw desperation. The church seemed larger inside than its exterior suggested, shadows pooling in corners that shouldn't exist. The sobbing led me to the confession booth, an ornate wooden structure with intricate carvings of angels, whose expressions resembled agony more than rapture. When I pulled back the heavy curtain, I found the booth empty, yet the sobbing continued for 3 more seconds before abruptly cutting off, leaving behind a silence so profound my ears rang with it. That night, in my sparse quarters, I dreamed of the confession booth. In the dream, I sat inside while countless whispered prayers filtered through the screen, gradually rising in volume until they became a roar of supplication that filled my mouth and lungs like water. I woke gasping, my pillow wet with what I thought was sweat, until I switched on the lamp and saw the rusty stain. Sister Helena arrived at my door precisely at dawn. She was slight, her habit hiding all but a face so pale it seemed translucent. When she spoke, her voice never rose above a whisper. "The Father requests your presence for morning services," she said, eyes fixed on a point just past my shoulder. "You'll observe today. Learn the patterns." The sanctuary looked different in daylight, filtering through stained glass windows depicting scenes I couldn't quite identify. Figures caught in postures between worship and torment. Parishioners filed in silently, each nodding to Sister Helena before taking their seats. I noticed their hands, how each pressed their palm briefly against the pew before sitting, how their fingers traced small patterns in the wood. Later, when the church emptied, I examined those pews and discovered symbols carved into the undersides, each unique and each worn smooth by decades of touching fingers. "Marcus," Sister Helena whispered, appearing beside me so suddenly I nearly fell. "Every soul must know their place." The morning passed in a blur of rituals that almost resembled Catholic tradition, but deviated in subtle, disquieting ways. Father Thaddeus spoke Latin during consecration, but certain phrases jarred my ear, words inserted that I couldn't translate despite my seminary training. After services, an elderly woman entered the confession booth. A woman entered the confession booth through a gap in the curtain. I could see Father Thaddeus sitting in the priest's compartment, his profile rigid and attentive. The woman's confession lasted 17 minutes. When she emerged, she looked decades older, her posture stooped, her skin hanging loosely like ill-fitting clothing. She smiled at me as she passed. "He listens," she whispered, her voice cracking. "He always listens." That evening, while organizing hymnals, I found a small leather-bound prayer book wedged between pew cushions. The text inside wasn't printed, but handwritten in burgundy ink that flaked at the edges. When I ran my finger across a page, it came away damp, the ink never fully drying despite the book's apparent age. The prayers inside were unlike any I'd encountered. Desperate, demanding supplications that read more like invocations. One passage caught my eye. "Those who listen stand between words and meaning, between request and fulfillment. The price is measured in time, in essence, in life. But what is years against desire fulfilled?" I slipped the book into my pocket before Father Thaddeus returned to lock the sanctuary for the night. In my quarters, I continued reading until the words began to squirm on the page, rearranging themselves when I looked away. I woke at 3 a.m., the book open on my chest, my nose bleeding freely onto pages now blank, except for a single sentence written in what looked like my own handwriting. "Some books are prayers themselves." My first night watch came after 3 days of orientation. Father Thaddeus handed me a ring of ancient iron keys, their weight disproportionate to their size. "The church remains open until midnight for private devotions," he explained. "You'll patrol hourly, record any prayer requests in the ledger, and remember the rules." The emptiness of the vast church transformed it after dark. Candlelight created moving shadows that stretched and contracted with impossible geometry. The silence pressed against my ears with physical weight, broken only by the occasional creak of wood or whispered prayer from parishioners who slipped in seeking midnight solace. During my third patrol, I noticed sounds behaving strangely. Prayers spoken near the altar echoed from the baptismal font. Whispers from the left transept answered from the right. The church's acoustics seemed to shift, channeling words to destinations that defied architectural logic. Near 11, a final parishioner entered, a young woman with dark hair and eyes that darted nervously around the space. She knelt in the last pew, hands clenched so tightly her knuckles whitened. I approached slowly, not wanting to startle her. "The church closes soon," I said gently. She looked up, tension visible in the cords of her neck. "I need to pray where they can hear me," she whispered. "God hears prayers everywhere." I replied automatically, my seminary training surfacing. A bitter smile twisted her lips. "I'm not talking about God." She introduced herself as Eliza, a local whose grandmother had attended St. Ecclesia Obscura for decades. "She worked here too for a while," Eliza added, her fingers worrying at a small pendant around her neck. Until she didn't. Before I could ask what that meant, the confession booth curtain rustled, drawing my attention. No one had entered. I was certain of it. Yet whispers drifted from within. Urgent, desperate whispers, in a voice that cracked with emotion. "Rule 1. If you hear whispered prayers from the confession booth, but no one is inside, walk away." I stepped back, remembering Father Thaddeus's warning. Eliza watched me, something like recognition dawning in her eyes. "You hear them too," she said. Not a question. The whispers intensified, becoming almost intelligible. My curiosity battled with growing unease as the temperature around the booth dropped sharply. I could see my breath misting in the suddenly frigid air. "Don't listen," Eliza warned, standing abruptly. "Don't try to understand." She pressed something into my palm, a small stone pendant matching the one she wore, carved with a symbol I recognized from beneath the pews. "For protection," she whispered, then hurried toward the exit. "I'll come back when it's safer." After she left, I forced myself to complete my rounds, giving the confession booth a wide berth. The whispers faded eventually, but the cold lingered around that area for hours. Just before midnight, while checking doors, I discovered a narrow staircase behind the sacristy that I hadn't noticed before. It spiraled downward, the stone steps worn in their centers from centuries of use. My flashlight beam seemed to penetrate the darkness only a few feet ahead, the light swallowed by the gloom. The stairs ended at a heavy wooden door reinforced with iron bands. One of my keys fit the ancient lock, which turned with a sound like bones breaking. The room beyond contained shelves of leather-bound ledgers, each labeled with a year. They stretched back centuries, far longer than the town had existed according to local history. Curious, I pulled the most recent volume and found page after page of names, dates, and brief descriptions. Thomas Merrick, October 7, healing for daughter. Rebecca Holloway, December 21st, vengeance against neighbor. Each entry was followed by a single word: granted, denied, or most frequently, price. The oldest ledgers were written in languages I couldn't identify, the paper so fragile it threatened to crumble at my touch. In one, I found a crude drawing of the church, but with impossible geometry. Angles that couldn't exist, dimensions that contradicted each other, and beneath it all, a structure that seemed to extend far deeper than the physical building allowed. I was replacing the ledger when I noticed a small box on the bottom shelf, labeled simply caretakers. Inside were personal effects: watches, rings, eyeglasses, and a stack of employment contracts identical to mine, each signed in that same burgundy ink that never quite dried. The most recent belonged to David Chen, dated just 3 months earlier. Searching further, I found a recorder and several tapes labeled with dates. I pressed play on the most recent. Static hissed from the speaker, followed by a man's voice. Presumably David Chen. April 15. I've been recording the prayers from the confession booth when empty. They're becoming clearer. I think I'm starting to understand the pattern in the language. It's not random phonemes, but something structured, something. The recording cut to violent static, then silence, then a whisper so close to the microphone it felt like breath against my ear. "We hear you, David Chen." A chill ran through me as I switched off the recorder. When I looked at my watch, I discovered with a shock that it was nearly 4 a.m. Somehow, I'd lost 4 hours in that archive room. I hurried upstairs to find Father Thaddeus waiting in the sacristy, his expression unreadable. "You've discovered the records," he said. "Not a question. I was just exploring," I stammered. "I'm sorry if—" "Curiosity is natural," he interrupted, "even necessary for your position. Each caretaker must understand what they're tending." He gestured to my hand, where I still clutched one of the tapes. "But I advise against pursuing David's particular interests. His methods were unorthodox." "What happened to him?" I asked. Father Thaddeus's lips curved in that same smile that never touched his eyes. As I said, his prayers were answered. Over the next week, I settled into the rhythm of the church. By day, I assisted with services, maintained the grounds, and recorded the names of those who confessed. By night, I patrolled the ever-shifting corridors, increasingly certain that the church's dimensions changed after dark. I began keeping my own records, noting the strange languages I overheard during services and researching them in my spare time. None matched any known tongue, living or dead. The closest parallels I found were in obscure texts on glossolalia, speaking in tongues, but even those experts would have been baffled by the precise patterns I documented. Rule 2. Some prayers are in languages you will not recognize. Do not try to understand them. Despite this warning, I found myself straining to discern meaning, writing phonetic approximations in a journal I kept hidden beneath my mattress. Certain syllable combinations appeared repeatedly, particularly during confessions, after which parishioners emerged looking physically depleted. The effects on me were subtle at first. Nosebleeds that came without warning. Gaps in my memory ranging from minutes to hours. Vivid dreams in which I stood before the altar reciting words I couldn't understand but somehow knew. I began finding notes in my journal, written in my handwriting that I had no memory of writing. Translations of prayers that made my skin crawl. One morning, I woke to find my sheets soaked with sweat that left rusty stains on the fabric. In the bathroom mirror, I noticed dark circles beneath my eyes, and a gauntness to my face that hadn't been there weeks before. When I removed my shirt, I discovered a small mark forming behind my left ear, a symbol matching one I'd seen in the oldest ledger. That same day, while cleaning around the altar, I discovered my name carved into the ancient marble, the lettering fresh among inscriptions weathered by centuries. The carving was precise, deliberate, and located directly above what appeared to be a small drainage channel in the stone. Eliza returned that evening, slipping into the church just before dusk prayers. She'd brought old photographs of the town, spreading them across a back pew as other parishioners filtered in. "Look," she whispered, pointing to a church groundbreaking ceremony dated 1873. There, standing behind the mayor, was a figure unmistakably Father Thaddeus, appearing exactly as he did now, without a single day's aging in 150 years. "He's in all of them," she continued, showing me photos from every decade. Father Thaddeus at town functions, church renovations, funeral services, his appearance unchanging while those around him aged and died. "What is he?" I asked, my voice barely audible. Eliza's eyes darted toward the sacristy door. "Not what. Who? The question is what he serves." She gathered the photos quickly as Father Thaddeus emerged, and what it's costing him. Weeks passed, and I noticed patterns among the congregation. Certain parishioners who attended every service, whose features seemed to age subtly each time I saw them. During communion, I observed ritual markings on their palms, pressed against their hearts as they received the host from Father Thaddeus. After one Sunday service, I cornered Eliza in the church garden. "Your grandmother," I said. "You mentioned she worked here." Eliza's eyes clouded. "For 23 years, she was caretaker like you." Her fingers touched the stone pendant around her neck. Then one day, she didn't come home. Father Thaddeus said she'd left town suddenly, but she would never have abandoned me. When was this? 6 years ago? I was 16. Eliza glanced toward the church. "I've been watching since then, waiting. 4 caretakers have come and gone in that time, none lasting more than 8 months. A chill spread through me despite the warm day. What do you think happened to them? The same thing that's happening to you." She touched my face gently. "You're changing. The church is leaving marks on you." Before I could respond, the church bells began tolling, though it wasn't the hour. Eliza tensed visibly. "Special service," she whispered. "You should observe, but stay in the shadows. Don't let them see you watching." I followed her advice, positioning myself in the choir loft as parishioners filed in. A select group I recognized as the most devoted attendees, all wearing dark clothing adorned with small silver symbols that caught the light oddly. Father Thaddeus appeared wearing vestments I'd never seen before, ornate with symbols matching those in the ancient ledgers. Sister Helena accompanied him, carrying a silver chalice that emitted thin wisps of vapor despite the warm air. The service resembled no Christian ritual I recognized. The congregants formed a circle around the altar, hands linked, heads bowed. Father Thaddeus spoke in that strange language I'd been documenting, his voice resonating with harmonics that made my teeth ache and my vision blur. Sister Helena moved among them with the chalice, each parishioner drinking deeply before resuming their position. As the ritual progressed, I noticed a disturbing transformation. Their features seemed to age before my eyes. Skin sagging, hair thinning or graying, vitality visibly draining. Father Thaddeus, by contrast, appeared to grow more vibrant, his movements more fluid, the lines in his face softening slightly. The air in the church grew dense and charged, like the moment before lightning strikes. The candles around the altar flared unnaturally high, then extinguished simultaneously. In the sudden darkness, I heard something moving around the altar, something large that displaced air with a sound like wet silk sliding over stone. The parishioners' whispered prayers intensified, their voices blending into a single droning supplication that made my ears pop with pressure changes. When the lights returned, the altar stone glistened with moisture that slowly drained through the channel I'd noticed earlier. The parishioners filed out silently, each looking decades older than when they had entered. Father Thaddeus watched them go, satisfaction evident in his posture. I retreated to my quarters, shaking uncontrollably. The mark behind my ear burned like a brand, and when I checked it in the mirror, I found it had darkened and expanded, the pattern more complex than before. That night, the church felt different during my patrol, more alert somehow, as if the building itself had awakened. The shadows moved independently of any light source, and the confessional booth seemed to pulse with its own subtle heartbeat. Near midnight, I heard it again, whispers from the empty booth, but clearer now, almost comprehensible. Against my better judgment, against Rule 1, I approached and pressed my ear to the ornate wood. "Need to understand," a voice whispered, David Chen's voice from the recordings. "They're using us as vessels, as conduits. The prayers are sustenance and barrier both. Michael Hayes needs to." My name in his mouth felt like ice water down my spine. I jerked away, heart pounding, only to find Sister Helena standing directly behind me, her eyes reflecting candlelight like a nocturnal animal's. "Rule 3 has been broken, though not by your doing. Rule 3. If you ever hear someone praying for you by name, leave immediately. They are not praying for your salvation." "What's happening to me?" I demanded, noticing with horror that my voice had adopted the same whispering quality as hers. Sister Helena's expression softened with what might have been pity. "You're becoming part of the church, as I did, as Father Thaddeus did in his time." She gestured to the walls around us. "This place needs tenders, vessels to channel and contain what dwells between faith and fulfillment. Those who listen," I said, remembering the passage from the prayer book. She nodded. "They've always existed in the spaces between words and meaning. Ancient things that grant what is asked for a price. This church was built to contain them, to channel their power safely. There's nothing safe about what I saw today," I hissed. "Those people, they aged years in minutes, a willing sacrifice. Time and vitality exchanged for answered prayers." Her hand moved to her own neck, where I noticed a mark similar to mine. "Some of us serve differently. We maintain the barriers, keep those who listen from flowing freely into the world. And the caretakers before me, David Chen," her eyes slid away. "Some are consumed entirely. Others become like us. It depends on what they hear, what they understand." She gripped my arm with surprising strength. "You've been recording the language, trying to translate. Stop. That path leads to communion, not understanding." Over the following days, my condition deteriorated rapidly. I experienced fugue states lasting hours, coming to awareness in strange parts of the church with no memory of how I'd gotten there. My journal filled with translations I couldn't remember writing. Prayers transcribed in that burgundy ink that stained my fingers, though I owned no such pen. During one such episode, I found myself in the confession booth. Not in the penitent's side, but in the priest's compartment where Father Thaddeus normally sat. The wooden panel where the congregant would speak was intricately carved with symbols matching those in the ancient ledgers, and beneath the pews. Looking closer, I realized the panel wasn't decorative at all. but functional. A sophisticated acoustic device designed to capture and channel sound. Hidden within the wooden scrollwork was what appeared to be an ancient recording mechanism, far older than any technology should allow, with fine copper wires and crystal components embedded in the wood itself. This booth didn't just hear confessions. It preserved them, channeled them, directed them somewhere beyond the church walls. My discovery was interrupted by a parishioner entering the other side. The elderly woman I'd seen in my first days, now looking frailer than ever. Before I could speak, explain, I wasn't Father Thaddeus. She began her confession. "Father, I feel the weight lifting," she whispered. "My daughter's cancer is gone, just as you promised. The doctors can't explain it." Her voice broke. "How much more will it cost me?" Words foamed in my mouth unbidden, in a voice that wasn't entirely mine. "Time is the currency of miracles. You have given 3 years for her healing. Do you wish to give more?" "Yes," she answered without hesitation. "Take what you need. She has her whole life ahead of her now." The confession booth grew cold, the air condensing with each breath. Through the screen, I watched in horror as the woman aged visibly, skin wrinkling, hair whitening, spine curving, while energy surged through the wooden panel into my body like electricity. Vitality filled me. The aches and fatigue of recent weeks momentarily vanished. When she left, I stumbled from the booth in panic, only to find Father Thaddeus waiting, his expression knowing. "Now you understand," he said. "The exchange, the cost, the necessity. You're feeding on them," I accused, my voice shaking. "On their lives, not I," he corrected. "Those who listen. I merely facilitate the exchange, as caretakers have done for centuries. As you are beginning to do." I never agreed to this. His smile was terrible in its gentleness. "Your presence here is agreement enough. The church chose you, Michael, for your lost faith, your emptiness. Perfect vessels are those already hollowed out by doubt. By doubt." That night, during my patrol, the whispers grew deafening. From the confession booth, from behind paintings, from beneath floorboards. And now, among them, I heard my name repeated over and over in supplication. "Michael Hayes, hear us. Michael Hayes, answer us." Rule 3, broken beyond repair. But where could I flee when the prayers followed me through every corridor, when they emerged from my own mouth in moments of inattention? I avoided Eliza for days, afraid of what I might be becoming. But she found me eventually, cornering me in the church garden where stone angels watched with expressions of ecstatic agony. "You've seen it now," she said without preamble. "You've seen it now," she said without preamble. "The exchange, the cost." I nodded, unable to trust my voice. "My grandmother discovered something in the archives," she continued, "about the church's true purpose, not to worship, but to contain." From her pocket, she produced a folded paper, covered with her grandmother's handwriting. She left this hidden for me before she disappeared. The note described a structure far older than the church, a containment vessel for entities that existed in the interstices of faith, beings that fed on devotion and desperation alike. The church was built as both prison and channel, controlling their influence while allowing regulated access to their power. "The caretakers are part of the mechanism," Eliza explained, "living components that maintain the barrier." My grandmother realized she was changing, becoming something not fully human. "Like Sister Helena," I whispered. "Like Father Thaddeus." "Yes." Eliza's eyes filled with tears. "And now you. The mark behind your ear? It's spreading, isn't it?" My hand moved reflexively to the spot, now perpetually hot to the touch. "How did you know?" "They all have it. The vessels, the faithful, different patterns for different purposes." I showed her my journal, the translations I had no memory of writing. Her face paled as she read. "These are summoning prayers," she whispered. "Instructions for bringing those who listen into physical form." She looked up sharply. "Why would they want you to know this?" The realization hit us simultaneously. Not instruction, preparation. My body was being prepared as a vessel, not just for channeling prayers, but for hosting something ancient and terrible. "We need to find the archives again," I said. "There must be more information, some way to stop this." That night, we slipped into the church after my patrol. The staircase behind the sacristy seemed steeper than before, the darkness at its base absolute despite our flashlights. The archive room door stood ajar, though I was certain I'd locked it after my last visit. Inside, we found Father Thaddeus waiting, seated calmly among the ancient ledgers. Sister Helena stood beside him, her eyes reflecting our flashlight beams like a cat's. "Eliza Mercer," Father Thaddeus said, nodding as if greeting an expected guest. "Your grandmother would be disappointed to see you interfering with church matters. Where is she?" Eliza demanded, her voice breaking. "What did you do to her?" "Eric shows a transcendence," Sister Helena whispered, "as all successful caretakers eventually do. She serves still in her way." Father Thaddeus rose, his movements unnaturally fluid. "Michael was chosen specifically," he said, addressing Eliza while gesturing toward me. "Those who listen recognized his potential from the moment he lost faith. Empty vessels carry prayers most efficiently." "I'm not a vessel," I protested, though the burning behind my ear suggested otherwise. "You've been one since you arrived," Father Thaddeus countered. "The question is what you will contain. Something must maintain the barrier, Michael. For centuries, we've kept those who listen controlled, their influence channeled safely through ritual and sacrifice. There's nothing safe about draining years from desperate people," Eliza snapped. "Compared to the alternative?" Father Thaddeus' expression darkened. "Without the church, without vessels like us, they would flow freely into the world, answering any prayer without constraint or cost. Imagine the chaos of desire unleashed, of every desperate wish granted for prices no one understands until too late." As he spoke, the room seemed to expand around us, shadows deepening in impossible ways. The walls pulsed subtly, like the sides of a breathing creature. "The barrier weakens," Sister Helena whispered urgently. "We need him. The transition must complete." Father Thaddeus nodded. "Tonight's service will conclude your preparation, Michael. The final transcendence. You'll take my place as I move to greater service. And if I refuse," his smile was pitying, "you already bear their mark. You've heard your name in prayer. There's no refusing, only accepting with understanding or fighting to your destruction." Eliza clutched my arm. "There's another way," she hissed. "My grandmother's notes, the original structure beneath the church. If it's a prison, it can be sealed completely." Father Thaddeus moved with sudden, inhuman speed, seizing Eliza by the throat. "Foolish child. Seal it? The consequences would ripple across centuries of prayers, unraveling every miracle, every exchange." His fingers lengthened against her skin, darkening to the color of old blood. "Some barriers cannot be rebuilt once broken." I lunged forward, driven by instinct rather than courage. As I touched Father Thaddeus's arm, vision exploded behind my eyes. Centuries of memory not my own, the weight of endless vigil, of slowly becoming something other than human, while maintaining a crumbling barrier against entities that pressed ceaselessly against the thin membrane of reality. Father Thaddeus released Eliza, staggering back. "You see now," he gasped. "The necessity, the burden." Eliza recovered quickly, grabbing my hand. "Run," she urged. "We need to find the original foundation." We fled the archive room, Father Thaddeus's anguished cry echoing behind us. The church had changed again, corridors stretching and twisting unnaturally. Doors appeared where none had been before, light filtering strangely through stained glass that depicted scenes of transformation. human figures elongating, melding with architectural elements, becoming part of the structure itself. "This way," Eliza insisted, pulling me toward the altar. My grandmother's notes mentioned access through the original baptismal font. The nave had transformed as well. The pews now arranged in concentric circles around the altar, which glowed with faint luminescence. The air felt charged, dense with potential energy that made my skin tingle and my teeth ache. The baptismal font, an ancient stone basin I'd previously dismissed as decorative, stood at the edge of the altar platform. Carved into its rim were symbols matching those in my journal and behind my ear. "We need to move it," Eliza said, pushing against the heavy stone. Together we strained against its weight. As it finally shifted, revealing a narrow opening beneath, the church responded. A low groan emanated from the walls themselves, and the candles around the altar ignited spontaneously. Father Thaddeus's voice boomed from everywhere at once. "Stop! You don't understand what you're unleashing." The opening beneath the font led to a narrow shaft with ancient iron rungs embedded in the stone. Without hesitation, Eliza began descending into the darkness. I followed, the mark behind my ear burning so intensely I expected to smell my own flesh charring. The shaft opened into a circular chamber, far older than the church above. The architecture here was primitive but precise. Massive stone blocks fitted without mortar, their surfaces covered with carvings more ancient than any human language. At the chamber's center stood a pedestal of black stone, atop which rested a crystalline object that defied description, simultaneously transparent and opaque, its geometry shifting as I tried to focus on it. "The anchoring point," Eliza whispered, awe and fear mingling in her voice. Where they first crossed over, the crystal pulsed with internal light that synchronized with the burning of my mark. Each pulse sent waves of whispered prayers echoing through the chamber, countless voices begging, demanding, offering sacrifice for intervention. "How do we seal it?" I asked, my own voice now barely recognizable, layered with harmonics that made the air vibrate. Eliza approached the pedestal cautiously. My grandmother's note said something about blood freely given sealing what blood taken opened. Before she could explain further, the chamber darkened as a figure blocked the shaft above. Father Thaddeus descending with inhuman grace, his limbs elongated and jointed wrongly, his cassock moving as if filled with more than just a human body. "Generations of caretakers have maintained the balance," he said, his voice resonating with multiple tones. "The barrier permits controlled exchange while preventing full manifestation. Break it, and all that has been contained will flow free or be sealed away completely." Eliza countered. "No more feeding on desperate people's lives. Naive child. Those who listen have answered prayer since the first human looked skyward in supplication. This structure doesn't create them. It controls them." He gestured to the crystal. "Remove that, and the church above collapses, physically and metaphysically. Every prayer answered through it unravels." The crystal pulsed brighter, and with each flash, my vision clouded with images. Parishioners receiving miracle cures, finding lost children, escaping disasters, and the cost of each miracle measured in years drained, in vital energy harvested. "He's trying to confuse you," Eliza urged. "We need to act now." Father Thaddeus moved toward the pedestal with frightening speed. I intercepted him, driven by instinct rather than plan. As we collided, his form seemed to ripple, the human disguise slipping to reveal something ancient and terrible beneath. A being of angles and surfaces that hurt my mind to perceive. "You were chosen for your emptiness," he hissed, his breath smelling of incense and copper. "A perfect vessel, already hollowed by loss of faith. Accept your purpose." His hands, no longer hands but appendages I couldn't properly comprehend, closed around my throat. The mark behind my ear erupted in searing pain that spread throughout my body. Through tears of agony, I saw Eliza leap onto the pedestal, reaching for the crystal. "Blood freely given," she cried. drawing a small knife across her palm. To seal what blood taken opened, she pressed her bleeding hand against the crystal, which flared with blinding light. Father Thaddeus screamed, a sound containing multitudes, as if countless voices cried out through his mouth. His form contorted impossibly, stretching toward the crystal, even as he maintained his grip on me. The chamber began to shake, dust and stone fragments raining from above. The crystal's light intensified until it was painful to witness, and within it, I glimpsed shapes moving, entities of pure geometry and intention, pressing against a barrier suddenly strengthened. "Eliza!" I called out, breaking free from Father Thaddeus's weakening grip. "We need to get out." She didn't respond, her body rigid with shock, blood flowing freely from her hand into the now molten crystal. I lunged for her, pulling her away as the pedestal began to sink into the floor, the stone blocks around it shifting to close the aperture. Father Thaddeus made one final, desperate attempt to reach the crystal, his form elongating grotesquely. As the gap narrowed, his inhuman appendages were caught in the closing stone, his scream cutting off abruptly as the floor sealed completely. The chamber fell silent, except for our ragged breathing and the distant sound of the church above groaning like a wounded animal. The shaft that had brought us down now represented our only escape from a space rapidly growing unstable. "Can you climb?" I asked Eliza, who stared blankly at her wounded hand. "I saw them," she whispered, "inside the crystal. So many, so hungry." Her eyes refocused on me with effort. "Your mark, it's fading." I touched the spot behind my ear, finding the skin smooth and cool. The constant whispers that had filled my mind for weeks had silenced, leaving a hollow emptiness that was both relief and loss. We climbed the shaft as the chamber collapsed below us, emerging into a church transformed. The ordered beauty had given way to decay, paint peeling, wood rotting, stone crumbling as if centuries of deferred entropy had caught up in moments. The parishioners had fled, leaving behind personal effects that aged to dust before our eyes. Sister Helena alone remained, kneeling before the ruined altar. As we approached, she turned, her face now ancient and withered, the years she'd deferred through service reclaiming her at once. "What have you done?" she whispered, her voice barely audible. "The prayers. All those answered prayers. They were answered with stolen time," Eliza said firmly, "with lives drained away." Sister Helena's expression shifted between despair and relief. "For 200 years, I've channeled their voices. Now there's only silence." Tears traced paths through the wrinkles that deepened on her face even as we watched. What happens to those who prayed, whose miracles depended on continuation? I had no answer for her. As dawn light filtered through broken stained glass, Sister Helena crumbled to dust before our eyes, the centuries she deferred claiming her completely. Outside, the town appeared unchanged, the morning proceeding with mundane normalcy. People walked dogs, collected newspapers, departed for work, all oblivious to the metaphysical cataclysm that had occurred overnight. The church stood, as it always had, but now visibly abandoned, its stones weathered, its grounds overgrown as if it had been derelict for decades. "No one will remember," Eliza said, understanding dawning in her eyes. "Reality has adjusted around the seal." I nodded, feeling both hollow and strangely free. "Your grandmother is at peace now," she finished, "along with all the others." 3 months passed. I found work as a groundskeeper at a small church in a neighboring town. Mundane work maintaining gardens and fixing plumbing. The church itself was unremarkable, its services conventional, its congregation ordinary in their devotions. The dreams began gradually, whispers at the edge of consciousness, prayers filtering through from somewhere beyond sleep. I dismissed them as trauma echoes, psychological aftermath of my experience at St. Ecclesia Obscura. until I noticed a stone baptismal font in the church's side chapel, identical to the one that had concealed the entrance to the chamber beneath St. Ecclesia, and the small symbols carved beneath the pews, worn smooth by generations of touching fingers. And finally the mark returning behind my ear, faint but unmistakable. I called Eliza immediately. "It's happening again," I told her without preamble. "Different church, same entities." Her voice sounded distant, resigned. "They were never just in that building, Michael. The church was a focal point, not their only access to our world." "Then what did we accomplish?" I demanded. "We closed one door, but prayers create their own openings." I heard shuffling papers on her end. My grandmother's notes mentioned other structures, other focal points across the country, places where the barrier is maintained through different means. That night, I discovered a new caretaker had been hired. A young woman with haunted eyes and a story of lost faith following personal tragedy. As I showed her around the grounds, the parish priest approached with a yellowed piece of parchment in hand. "The rules for night attendance," he explained, his smile never reaching his eyes. "Critical for your duties." I caught a glimpse of the familiar text. 3 rules, written in meticulous calligraphy with ink that looked suspiciously brown rather than black. "I'll handle her orientation," I said quickly, intercepting the parchment. Later, in the garden where stone angels watched with expressions between ecstasy and agony, I showed the new caretaker the mark behind my ear. "You have a choice," I told her. "One I wasn't given. The barrier between worlds must be maintained, but the cost need not be unwitting sacrifice." I explained everything. The entities that exist between words and meaning, the prayers that feed them, the vessels that channel them, how I had become a living lock on a door that constantly seeks to open. "Those who listen exist where intention meets articulation," I explained. "They cannot be destroyed or banished permanently, but they can be contained through conscious choice rather than manipulation." I offered her the same 3 rules, but with new meaning. If you hear whispered prayers from the confession booth when no one is inside, acknowledge them silently. Recognition without engagement maintains boundaries. Some prayers are in languages you will not recognize. Do not try to understand them. Meaning creates connection. Connection creates vulnerability. If you ever hear someone praying for you by name, respond immediately with your own prayer. They are not praying for your salvation, but neither must you become what I nearly did. She considered this, fear and fascination warring in her expression. "Why tell me the truth when others kept you in ignorance?" "Because willing vessels are stronger than those taken through deception," I said, the knowledge emerging from somewhere beyond my conscious mind. I maintain the barrier now, but differently than Father Thaddeus did, with awareness rather than submission. At night I still hear the whispers, prayers filtering through the thin membrane between worlds. I feel the weight of what presses against reality's edge, hungry for manifestation, for the power to answer and transform. But I am no longer hollowed out by loss of faith. Instead, I am filled with purpose, not to serve those who listen, but to ensure they hear only what we choose to voice. Every prayer has power. Every word creates ripples in reality. Choose carefully what you pray for, and to whom, or what, you direct your supplication. And if you ever find yourself in a church where the shadows move against the light, where the confessional whispers when empty, where you feel eyes upon you during moments of deepest prayer, remember the rules. Some prayers are not meant to be heard, but sometimes they are heard anyway. I'm Detective Marcus Reed, and I work homicide in Black Hollow, a town where fog clings to the streets like a living entity and whispers follow you home at night. For 15 years, I've navigated the darkest corners of human depravity, but nothing prepared me for the Harper case, a murder where every witness seems trapped in a void of their own making. These bizarre cases require special protocols. 3 rules, passed down from the previous detective who handled similar investigations. Rules I initially dismissed as superstition, until I witnessed the consequences of breaking them firsthand. If a witness forgets what they saw mid-sentence, do not try to make them remember. If someone swears they saw a different person commit the crime every time they are questioned, stop asking. If a witness suddenly starts describing the murder from the killer's perspective, end the interview immediately. Last Tuesday, I discovered Jessica Harper's body in her Victorian home on Willow Street. As I knelt beside her mutilated corpse, I noticed something that still haunts me. A strange symbol carved into the floorboards beneath her, visible only from certain angles. A symbol that no one else on my team could see. The Harper residence stands apart from its neighbors. A Victorian monstrosity with peeling blue paint and windows that reflect nothing but darkness even at noon. The porch steps groaned beneath my weight as I approached, releasing the scent of rotting wood and something metallic, like old pennies left too long in the sun. "Second murder this month with the same MO," remarked Sam Wilson, my partner of 3 years, his voice uncharacteristically tight. Sweat beaded along his hairline despite the autumn chill. "You don't think we have a—" "Let's not jump to conclusions," I interrupted, though the sick feeling in my stomach suggested otherwise. The front door hung ajar, revealing a sliver of the horror within. The metallic smell intensified as we stepped inside. The unmistakable copper tang of blood mixed with the sickly sweet odor of early decomposition. Jessica Harper lay spread eagle in the center of our living room, her chest cavity splayed open like a grotesque flower. Her eyes remained open, cloudy with death but somehow alert, as if still witnessing something beyond our perception. What struck me most wasn't the brutality of the murder. I'd seen worse. But the precision. The cuts showed surgical exactitude, and the blood pooled in unnatural patterns, forming shapes that seemed almost deliberate. I knelt beside the body, and that's when I saw it. A symbol carved into the floorboards beneath her, visible only when the light hit just right. An intricate spiral pattern with jagged lines radiating outward like a corrupted sun. "Do you see that?" I asked Sam, pointing to the symbol. He squinted, then shook his head. "See what?" "The blood spatter." I blinked, and for a moment the symbol seemed to pulse, as if breathing. When I looked again, it appeared more prominent. "Never mind," I muttered, unable to shake the sensation that the symbol was somehow watching me. The first witness arrived as the coroner was zipping Jessica into a body bag. Mrs. Elkins, an elderly neighbor who had called 911 after hearing ungodly screams from Jessica's home the previous night. "I saw someone leaving through the back gate," she began, her veined hands clutching a handkerchief. A tall figure wearing dark. Her voice faltered, eyes going blank mid-sentence. I can't seem to remember what they looked like. It's all foggy now." Rule 1 echoed in my mind. If a witness forgets what they saw mid-sentence, do not try to make them remember. "That's all right, Mrs. Elkins," I said, closing my notebook. "Why don't you tell me about when you heard the screams instead?" Her expression cleared slightly, but a tremor remained in her voice. It wasn't like normal screaming. It sounded like Jessica was trying to say something between the screams. A name, maybe, or a word in another language. As Mrs. Elkins left, Officer Parker arrived with information about Jessica's background. 32 years old, librarian at Black Hollow University's rare books collection. Lived alone since her divorce 3 years ago. No known enemies. While the forensic team processed the scene, I conducted a preliminary search of the house. Jessica's bedroom appeared undisturbed until I noticed the corner of a leather-bound journal peeking from beneath her mattress. I extracted it carefully, the leather cool and slightly damp against my fingers. The journal's pages contained meticulous entries dating back 6 months, each in Jessica's neat handwriting. The early entries documented ordinary events, work anecdotes, comments about neighbors, frustrations about her ex-husband. But around 3 months ago, the tone changed dramatically. March 15th, I feel watched today, not by anyone visible, but by eyes that exist in the space between moments. When I turn quickly, I catch glimpses of something in my peripheral vision, a figure that vanishes when I try to focus on it. March 28th. The dreams have started again. In them, I'm both observer and participant, watching myself perform actions I have no memory of in waking life. Last night, I dreamed I was carving something into my kitchen floor at 3:17 a.m. When I woke, there was dirt under my fingernails. The final entry, dated just 2 days before her murder, sent ice through my veins. April 12th. It knows I see it now. It whispers my name when I'm alone, not with sound, but directly into my thoughts. The symbol appears everywhere, in water stains, in dust patterns, in the condensation on my bathroom mirror. I've stopped sleeping. If I sleep, it will take more than just memories this time. As I closed the journal, the hairs on my arms stood on end. Through the bedroom window, I could see fog rolling in, unusually thick for this time of year. And within that fog, just for a moment, I thought I saw a figure watching the house, tall and unnaturally still. The county morgue occupies the basement of Black Hollow Memorial Hospital, a labyrinthine space of cold tile and humming fluorescent lights. Dr. Eleanor Price, the medical examiner, waited for me beside Jessica Harper's body, her usual professional demeanor tinged with unease. "I've never seen anything like this," she said without preamble, gesturing for me to approach the examination table. Jessica's body had been cleaned, the Y incision from the autopsy neatly sutured. But what drew my attention were the markings on her skin. Faint lines and whorls that hadn't been visible at the crime scene, now exposed under the harsh morgue lighting. At first, I thought these were post-mortem lividity or ligature marks, Dr. Price explained, pointing to a pattern on Jessica's inner arm. But they're actually subcutaneous hemorrhaging in precise patterns, almost like the symbol, I whispered, recognizing the same spiral pattern I'd seen beneath Jessica's body. Dr. Price's eyebrows rose. "You've seen this before?" I described what I'd observed at the crime scene and the journal I'd found. Her expression grew troubled. "There's more," she said, pointing to Jessica's open chest cavity. The cause of death wasn't blood loss or organ trauma, as I initially suspected. It was cerebral hemorrhaging. Her brain essentially liquefied from within. How is that possible? Medically, it isn't. Dr. Price pulled up brain scan images on a nearby monitor. "Look at the hippocampus and amygdala, the areas associated with memory and fear. They show signs of extreme activation before death, literally burning out from overuse." "Like she was literally scared to death?" I asked. "More like her brain consumed itself trying to remember something it couldn't process." She lowered her voice, though we were alone in the morgue. "Detective, I've heard rumors about other cases like this, cases where witnesses can't remember what they saw." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the morgue's temperature. "What kind of rumors?" "That memories aren't just forgotten. They're taken, and whatever takes them leaves something else behind." As if on cue, the lights flickered, casting momentary shadows that seemed to move independently from their sources. When they stabilized, Dr. Price was staring at a point just past my shoulder, her face drained of color. "Eleanor," I prompted. She blinked rapidly, composure returning. "I'm fine, just tired." She handed me a flash drive. "All my findings are here, including some research on similar neurological anomalies from medical journals." Before leaving the morgue, I examined Jessica's personal effects, clothes, jewelry, and a silver locket found around her neck. Inside the locket was a small photograph of Jessica standing in front of an unfamiliar building, her expression somber. On the back of the photo, written in tiny script, where it began, where it ends. Outside the hospital, I found Jason Clark, Jessica's ex-husband, waiting by my car. His eyes were bloodshot, hands trembling slightly as he approached. "Detective Reed," he called. I need to talk to you about Jess. Mr. Clark, I acknowledged. I'm sorry for your loss. They told me how she was found, he said, voice cracking. It doesn't make sense. Who would do that to her? That's what I'm trying to determine. Did Jessica have any enemies? Anyone who might wish her harm? His gaze shifted to something over my shoulder, then back to me. I saw someone hanging around her house last week when I was dropping off some books she'd left behind. Can you describe them? A man? Tall? Wearing a black coat? He paused, brow furrowing. No, wait. That's not right. It was a woman. Red hair, I think. Warning bells sounded in my mind. Rule 2. If someone swears they saw a different person commit the crime every time they are questioned, stop asking. Actually, Clark continued, his expression growing more confused. I'm not sure now. Every time I try to picture them, it changes. He rubbed his temples. Christ, what's wrong with me? I know I saw someone. It's all right, I said, keeping my voice even. Trauma can affect memory. Why don't you tell me about Jessica instead? Had she mentioned feeling afraid recently? Being watched. His eyes widened. How did you know? She called me 2 weeks ago, rambling about someone following her. I thought she was just dressed from work. Guilt flashed across his face. She mentioned dreams too. Said she kept dreaming about a symbol. Did she describe it? Clark's expression suddenly went blank, his gaze unfocused. When he spoke again, his voice had changed. Deeper, hollow. The spiral opens both ways, detective. What observes can be observed. What hunts can be hunted. My blood ran cold. Rule 3 loomed in my mind. If a witness suddenly starts describing the murder from the killer's perspective, end the interview immediately. Thank you for your time, Mr. Clark, I said, backing toward my car. I'll be in touch if I have more questions. As I drove away, Clark remained standing in the parking lot, staring after me with that empty expression. In my rearview mirror, I could have sworn the fog around him momentarily took human form before dissipating. Back at the precinct, I began organizing the case files, adding Jessica's journal and Dr. Price's findings. As I worked, I noticed something strange. My earlier notes seemed different somehow, details shifting subtly from what I remembered writing. A witness statement I was certain mentioned a tall figure in a coat, now described a shadow that moved wrong. I rubbed my eyes, fatigue clearly affecting my recall. The office had emptied while I worked, leaving me alone with the humming fluorescent lights and the persistent fog pressing against the windows like curious fingers. When I closed my eyes, just for a moment, I saw the symbol from Jessica's floor floating in the darkness of my mind. And beneath it, whispered words in a voice I didn't recognize. Remember the rules, Detective Reed. They won't save you, but they'll keep you sane a little longer. The next morning, I found myself back at the station, poring over the newly gathered evidence. The air was thick with unease, the fog outside pressing against the windows as if trying to invade the sanctuary of the precinct. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching me, lurking just beyond the veil of reality. I decided to visit St. Matthew's Church again, hoping to find answers hidden among the whispers of the congregation. The musty scent of aged wood and incense hung in the air as I entered, the familiar atmosphere calming yet unsettling. Father Andrew greeted me with a concerned expression. Detective Mercer, you're looking worse for wear. What troubles you? I'm investigating the recent murders, I replied, steeling myself. Have you noticed anything unusual among the parishioners? Any strange prayers or confessions? His brow furrowed. There have been whispers, yes. Strange prayers that seem to call for something beyond our understanding. He glanced around, lowering his voice. Some parishioners have left with a different look in their eyes. It's as if they've forgotten something important. The hairs on my neck stood on end. What do you mean? Forgotten? Father Andrew leaned in closer. They come to me in distress seeking forgiveness, but they leave altered, like pieces of them have been taken. The atmosphere grew colder as he spoke, and I noticed the shadows lengthening around us. What could be doing this? I fear it may be connected to the murders, he said, his voice barely above a whisper. There are things that lurk in the void, detective. Things that feed on fear and memory. I nodded, feeling the weight of his words pressing down on me like a physical force. I needed to know more. But before I could ask, the church doors swung open, and a gust of cold air rushed in. In walked a young woman, her face pale and drawn. "Father, I need to talk to you," she said, her voice trembling. I saw someone. Father Andrew glanced at me, then back at her. "Go ahead, my child." The woman glanced at me, then back to the priest. I saw Clara. Last night, she was asking for help, but there was someone with her. I couldn't see who. I felt a cold sweat break out on my forehead. "What do you mean she was asking for help?" She kept whispering my name. But then I heard another voice, and it was wrong. It felt like it was inside my head. I had to get out of there. I turned to leave, but the air felt thick, almost suffocating. I could hear whispers echoing through the church, growing louder by the second. I stumbled back, trying to shake off the feeling of dread that clung to me. Days passed, and the investigation led nowhere. Witnesses continued to forget what they had seen. The townsfolk grew increasingly paranoid, and the whispers became a constant presence in my mind. I returned to the church, desperately seeking answers. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and the scent of burning incense hung heavily in the air. As I approached Father Andrew, I noticed the congregation had grown smaller, their faces lined with anxiety. "Detective," he said, his voice low and grave. "We need to talk. I need to know what's happening to these people," I urged. "They're being watched. Something is feeding on their fears, their memories. It's connected to the murders." The air grew colder as he spoke, and I noticed the shadows lengthening around us. "What do you mean?" "They come to me, seeking forgiveness, but they leave with something taken from them. Their memories of the event are erased, altered, twisted. That night, I was restless, unable to shake the feeling that I was being watched. I decided to return to Clara's house, convinced that the answers lay within. The air was thick with the scent of mold and decay as I pushed open the door. Inside, everything was exactly as it had been the night Clara was killed. The police tape still hung across the living room, and the faint sound of whispers seemed to echo through the walls. Suddenly I heard it, a voice calling my name from the shadows. "Alex, come closer." Heart pounding, I followed the sound to the back room, where the whispers grew louder. The atmosphere shifted, thickening with an oppressive weight. I could almost make out words, fragments of prayers laced with desperation. The shadows twisted and morphed, revealing a figure. I stumbled back as I recognized Clara, her face contorted in anguish. "Help me," she whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks. "Clara," I shouted, reaching out to her. But the moment my hand touched the wall, the vision shattered, and I was thrown backward. I woke on the floor, disoriented, but the whispers persisted. I struggled to my feet, heart racing. The walls around me seemed to pulse, as if they were alive, thrumming with energy. A sudden realization washed over me. I had to return to the church. There was something there, something I had missed. I sprinted back, the whispers guiding me as I entered the sanctuary. The congregation was gathered, their faces blank, eyes glazed over. Father Andrew stood before them, chanting in that strange tongue. "Stop," I shouted, but my voice was drowned out by the cacophony of prayers. As I moved closer, I noticed one parishioner, a man I'd interviewed, his eyes wide with terror. He was trying to speak, but was unable, his mouth moving as if trying to remember lost words. Then it happened. The whispers grew louder, intensifying, and I felt their energy surge through me. I stumbled back, grabbing my head as visions flooded my mind. Images of the murders, of Clara, of every victim whose memory had been stolen. In that moment I understood. The entity feeding on their fears was tied to the church itself. To break the cycle, I needed to confront it directly. I pushed through the crowd, reaching Father Andrew. "This has to stop. You're feeding it." He turned, his eyes glinting with something dark. "Feeding? No, detective. I am its vessel. I am its vessel. And you are the final offering." Before I could react, the congregation turned, their faces morphing into grotesque masks of fear and longing, mouths whispering my name in unison. "Leave now. I command you," I shouted, fighting the urge to succumb to despair. But the whispers enveloped me, wrapping around my mind, drawing me into a darkness deeper than I had ever known. I felt the weight of every prayer, every memory lost, pressing down on me until I could hardly breathe. As the darkness threatened to consume me, I remembered the rules. I had to break free from its hold. I closed my eyes and focused on the whispered prayers, channeling their energy. "Your power is nothing without the names," I screamed, opening my eyes to the chaos surrounding me. I remember them. Clara, Sarah, David. Every victim is sacred. Suddenly, the energy shifted. The congregation faltered, their whispers growing softer as I willed their memories back to the surface. "Remember," I shouted. "Remember who you are." In that moment, their faces changed, fear replaced by clarity. The power of their shared memories surged through the room, breaking the entity's grip. The shadows writhed and recoiled, and Father Andrew screamed as the darkness ripped free from his control. I felt their prayers lift, a chorus rising against the malevolent force. The entity howled as I pushed back, pouring every ounce of my will into severing its connection. The church shook violently as the last remnants of the entity were expelled, a blinding light filling the sanctuary. When the light faded, the church stood empty, the congregation gone, the echoes of their memories lingering like a fading dream. I stumbled back, gasping for breath, the weight of what had happened crashing down on me. The mark behind my ear was gone, leaving behind only a faint scar, a reminder of the darkness I had faced. Outside, the dawn broke over Eldridge, washing the town in warm light. The air felt different, lighter, as if a heavy shroud had lifted. I walked away from the church knowing it would never truly leave me. 3 months passed. I found work as a groundskeeper at a small church in a neighboring town. Mundane work, maintaining gardens and fixing plumbing. The church itself was unremarkable, its services conventional, its congregation ordinary in their devotions. The dreams began gradually, whispers at the edge of consciousness, prayers filtering through from somewhere beyond sleep. I dismissed them as trauma echoes, psychological aftermath of my experience at St. Ecclesia Obscura, until I noticed the stone baptismal font in the church's side chapel, identical to the one that had concealed the entrance to the chamber beneath St. Ecclesia, and the small symbols carved beneath the pews, worn smooth by generations of touching fingers. And finally, the mark returning behind my ear, faint but unmistakable. I called Eliza immediately. "It's happening again," I told her without preamble. "Different church, same entities." Her voice sounded distant, resigned. "They were never just in that building, Michael. The church was a focal point, not their only access to our world." "Then what did we accomplish?" I demanded. "We closed one door, but prayers create their own openings." I heard shuffling papers on her end. My grandmother's notes mentioned other structures, other focal points across the country, places where the barrier is maintained through different means. That night, I discovered a new caretaker had been hired, a young woman with haunted eyes and a story of lost faith following personal tragedy. As I showed her around the grounds, the parish priest approached with a yellowed piece of parchment in hand. "The rules for night attendance," he explained. his smile never reaching his eyes. Critical for your duties. I caught a glimpse of the familiar text. 3 rules, written in meticulous calligraphy with ink that looked suspiciously brown rather than black. I'll handle her orientation, I said quickly, intercepting the parchment. Later, in the garden where stone angels watched with expressions between ecstasy and agony, I showed the new caretaker the mark behind my ear. You have a choice, I told her. One I wasn't given. The barrier between worlds must be maintained, but the cost need not be unwitting. Sacrifice. I explained everything. The entities that exist between words and meaning. The prayers that feed them. The vessels that channel them. How I had become a living lock on a door that constantly seeks to open. Those who listen exist where intention meets articulation, I explained. They cannot be destroyed or banished permanently, but they can be contained through conscious choice rather than manipulation. At night, I still hear the whispers, prayers filtering through the thin membrane between worlds. I feel the weight of what presses against reality's edge, hungry for manifestation, for the power to answer and transform. But I am no longer hollowed out by loss of faith. Instead, I am filled with purpose. Not to serve those who listen, but to ensure they hear only what we choose to voice. Every prayer has power. Every word creates ripples in reality. Choose carefully what you pray for, and to whom, or what, you direct your supplication. And if you ever find yourself in a church where the shadows move against the light, where the confessional whispers when empty, where you feel eyes upon you during moments of deepest prayer, remember the rules. Some prayers are not meant to be heard, but sometimes they are heard anyway. The heavy glass door sighed shut behind me. A mournful sound, immediately devoured by the predatory silence of St. Jude's terminal. It wasn't just quiet, it was a void. A crushing absence of sound that made my own pulse hammer uncomfortably loud in my ears. The chill hit me next, damp and penetrating, colder than the March night outside warranted. It smelled wrong. Wet concrete, the sharp tang of ozone like before a lightning strike, and something else. A faint, sickly sweet undertone, like rotting fruit mixed with old iron. It reminded me, nauseatingly, of the abandoned factory back home. The one where, no, don't think about that. Why was I here? Debt was the simple answer, the easy headline. Mountains of it, threatening to bury me, but beneath that was the real reason. The ugly truth I couldn't outrun. The wreckage I'd made, the trust I'd shattered, the desperate need to disappear somewhere no one would look for me. This job posting, found on a rain-soaked flyer in a town I was just passing through, felt less like an opportunity and more like penance, a graveyard shift in a place forgotten by time. Maybe isolation was what I deserved. The interview had been a joke. Henderson, the man hiring me, looked like he carried the weight of the station in the frantic animal trap of his eyes. He'd met me miles away, chain-smoking in a greasy diner booth, practically vibrating with nervous energy. He barely glanced at my fabricated resume, just shoved the keys and a folded grease-stained piece of paper across the table. The rules, he rasped, his voice like sandpaper. Don't ask questions, don't get clever. Just follow the damn rules if you want to see morning, he'd added, leaning closer, his breath smelling stale and fearful. It ain't just things you might see, kid. It's the quiet, the place. It gets in your head. Then he'd bolted, leaving me with the keys and a chilling premonition, standing now in the echoing vault of the main hall. Under the sickly hum and flicker of dying fluorescent tubes that cast shadows like grasping fingers, premonition hardened into dread. The sheer scale of the place was oppressive, the silence vast and judging. It felt like being watched, not by eyes, but by the building itself. Every scuff of my worn boots on the grimy floor seemed obscenely loud, an intrusion. Was this what true isolation felt like? Or was it something else? Something waiting in the silence? The ticket booth was a dark little box tucked into an alcove, looking abandoned for decades. Scratched plexiglass. A dented counter filmed with something more than dust, a greasy, almost organic residue. I slid the shutter open with a screech that echoed unnervingly. Inside, the air was even colder, the metallic, coppery tang sharper. A single bare bulb hummed, casting weak light. It felt less like an office and more like a cage. Or maybe a confessional. And there it was, taped securely to the inside of the counter. The paper Henderson gave me. Stained, yes, but the dark marks looked less like grease now and more like something dried. Old blood. The handwriting was jagged, sharp, dug into the paper. Rules for the night shift. St. Jude's terminal. My breath caught. I traced the first line with a trembling finger. If a passenger has no face, issue no ticket. They already have a way in. No face. The words conjured a sickening image. A facelessness that felt horribly familiar. Like looking in the mirror after ruining everything back home. A loss of identity. A void where a person should be. I swallowed, the metallic taste suddenly strong on my tongue. A draft unnaturally cold snaked around my ankles from the direction of the platform tunnels. If someone boards the train walking backwards, do not make eye contact. Unnatural. Wrong. 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 Things not moving the way they should. My old man used to say some things in the world just aren't meant to be looked at straight on. Superstitious nonsense, I thought then. Now, staring at the rule, a primal fear of the fundamentally incorrect stirred in my gut. A low groan echoed from deep within the station's structure, like stressed metal or stone. If a passenger asks, "Do you remember me?" but you've never seen them, lie and say yes. If you don't, you'll soon learn where you met. This sent a jolt straight through me, cold and sharp. Remember me. There were faces I desperately wanted to forget. Conversations I replayed endlessly. Accusations I couldn't answer. The idea of being confronted, forced to acknowledge a past, real or fabricated, by something here. It felt personal, targeted. You'll soon learn where you met. What did that mean? Being dragged into their world? Or forced to relive my own worst moments? The paper felt ice cold beneath my fingertips. I sank onto the hard, rickety stool, the rules seeming to burn themselves onto the inside of my eyelids. The vast, oppressive silence of St. Jude's pressed in, no longer just empty, but filled with a terrible waiting potential. The flickering lights buzzed. Erratic heartbeats in the gloom. Each shadow seemed deeper. The distant sounds more deliberate. This wasn't just a job. It wasn't just isolation. It felt like a sentence, and my shift, my judgment, had only just begun. The first train, the Midnight Concorde, was still hours away. But I had the sickening feeling that the passengers had already started arriving. The silence in St. Jude's wasn't just deep. It was digestive. It swallowed sound, time, maybe even sanity. The minutes after reading the rules bled together, marked only by the erratic flicker of the lights overhead and the frantic pulse beating a frantic tattoo against my ribs. I sat hunched in the cold booth, the stained paper clutched in my hand, each rule a venomous little seed planting itself in my mind. No face. Backwards. Remember me. It felt less like a warning and more like a prophecy of the horrors this night held in store. Was this my punishment then? Sentenced to face impossible things in this forgotten place? Payback for the life I derailed? The trust I'd incinerated? The chime of the entrance door was a physical blow. I flinched, dropping the paper. A couple looking gray and exhausted shuffled in. They moved like ghosts already, their eyes sliding past me, fixated on the oppressive emptiness. They bought 2 tickets for the Concorde. The man paying with coins so cold, they burned my palm, leaving numb spots where they'd touched. They reminded me of Sarah's parents after. After I told them, that same hollowed-out look, the man dropped a ticket, fumbled for it, and just for a second, his hand looked skeletal, translucent under the flickering light. I blinked hard, the image vanishing, just tricks of the light. Stress, had to be. They retreated wordlessly to a bench, two small islands in an ocean of decaying grandeur. Their defeated normality somehow made the station feel even more threatening. Time dripped like slow-leaking rust. 20 minutes? An hour? The station seemed to exist outside the normal flow. Then, another arrival. No chime this time. I looked up from tracing the grain of the counter, and she was just there, approaching. The tall, thin woman in the dark dress. She moved with a silence that was utterly wrong, gliding over the tiles. Her dull, perfect face, the two wide eyes, the smile stretched too tight. It screamed imitation. A poorly made mask hiding. What? One ticket, she hummed, that low, resonant vibration filling the booth again. The PA system crackled, a sound like tearing fabric. And the smell, Lily's sickly sweet, overpowering. Funerals. It brought back a sharp, unwelcome memory. Aunt Carol's closed casket. That same suffocating scent filling a cramped church. I pushed the memory down, hard. Sure, I croaked. Her money felt like preserved ice. Stiff, dry, leaching warmth. Her eyes, wide and black, fixed on mine. As I slid the ticket across, her long, pale fingers deliberately brushed against mine. The cold was shocking. Absolute. It wasn't just temperature. It felt like absence, and with the touch came a fleeting, alien sensation. Not a memory, but the feeling of immense, desolate loneliness, vast and empty as the station itself. I snatched my hand back, as if burned. Her smile widened, showing the barest glimpse of teeth that seemed too pointed. Pleasant journey, I mumbled, the words mechanical. She held my gaze a second longer, an eternity of cold scrutiny, then turned and glided towards platform 3. On the monitor, I watched her reach the archway. No pause this time. She simply flowed into the darkness beneath it and was gone. The monitor didn't even flicker. My hands were shaking badly now. The cold from her touch lingered on my skin. The lingering scent of lilies felt like a shroud. I felt contaminated. I stumbled out of the booth, needing air, space. I half ran to where she vanished. The air was colder here, the coppery tang sharp, and there it was again, the small, smooth, gray stone on the dusty floor. This time, drawn by a morbid curiosity I couldn't explain, I picked it up. It was heavy, dense as lead, and radiated that same deep, unnatural cold as her fingers. It felt fundamentally wrong. I pocketed it without thinking, the cold seeping through my jeans. Back in the booth, the paranoia was a physical claw tightening in my gut. I found the fresh tally marks under the counter again. Still 3, or had there been 4 before? Was my memory already fraying? I tried the dead phone again. Nothing. I was completely alone here, trapped with whatever these things were. That's when the real sound began. Not the train whistle, not yet. It started as a faint, rhythmic scraping from the main entrance. The sound of rough material dragging unevenly across stone. It grew steadily louder, joined by the distinct, halting slide of heavy shoes that didn't lift properly, and woven through it, a soft, wet, guttural sighing, like breath drawn through water or thick mucus. Rule 2. If someone boards the train walking backwards, do not make eye contact. My muscles locked, every instinct screamed to look, to identify the threat. But Henderson's panicked eyes, the frantic scrawl on the paper, don't look. The sliding footsteps, the scraping drag, the wet sighing, closer now, laborious, unnatural, coming right for the booth. I could almost picture it. Something shambling, moving against the natural flow of motion, dragging some unseen burden. Was it facing away? Was that why I shouldn't look? What would I see if I did? A memory flashed. Turning back on a dark road. The consequences. I slammed the brakes on the thought, forcing my eyes down, focusing intently on the grain of the wooden counter until the lines blurred. The temperature inside the booth crashed. Frost exploded across the plexiglass, thick and white like freezer burn, instantly blinding me to the hall outside. My breath became a thick cloud. The cold was absolute, biting, painful. The sounds stopped. Right outside, inches away. Inches away. The silence screamed. The pressure against the booth was immense, a physical weight. I could feel its presence, cold and vast and fundamentally wrong. Then, the wet sigh, louder, closer, right against the frosted glass, followed by a slow, deliberate tap. Tap, tap on the plexiglass like something hard. Bone, rapping for attention. My heart felt like it was trying to batter its way out of my chest. Bile rose in my throat. Don't look. Don't look. I squeezed my eyes shut, picturing the tally marks, the grain of the wood. Anything but the source of that tapping, that awful breathing. How long did it wait? An eternity. Each second stretched thin and brittle. I could hear my own blood roaring in my ears. Was it trying to see in? Did the frost hide me? The tapping stopped. The intense pressure lessened almost imperceptibly. Then slowly, agonizingly, sounds resumed. The halting slide, the wet sigh, the scraping drag, moving away, fainter, heading towards the platforms, leaving behind only the suffocating silence, the biting cold, and the lingering ghost of that awful breath. I stayed frozen for what felt like hours, listening until the last echo faded, until the frost began to slowly retreat from the glass, leaving distorted trails of moisture. My whole body shook uncontrollably. Finally, risking a glance at the monitor for the main hall, I saw nothing. Just the empty, flickering space. It was gone. Rule 2 survived. But the cost was a gnawing terror that felt like it had burrowed under my skin. The station groaned again. A deep, structural agony. The lights flickered violently, and the PA system crackled. A voice, distorted, layered, like many voices speaking at once, whispered, "Almost time, Alex. Almost time." My head snapped up. More sounds. A low, resonant hum, almost subsonic, vibrating through the floor, making the loose change on the counter dance. The air pressure shifted abruptly, making my ears pop painfully, and from the main entrance, emerging silently from the deepest shadows, came another figure. It coalesced rather than walked. A shape resolving out of the gloom. Humanoid, draped in heavy, dark cloth that seemed to drink the light. It moved with utter silence, gliding towards my booth. My stomach plummeted. No footsteps, no breath sounds, just a low hum and the pressure change. It stopped 6 feet away, and I saw it. Rule 1, where a face should have been. There was only a smooth, seamless, pearly white blankness. No features, no contours. Just an obscene void that defied geometry, that made my eyes water and my brain recoil. It felt like staring into primordial emptiness, into the sheer wrongness at the heart of things. It raised a hand, long, pale, unsettlingly normal, and gestured towards the ticket slot. The silent request, no ticket. They already have a way in. The rule felt less like an instruction, and more like a statement of horrifying fact. Panic warred with a strange, morbid paralysis. I shook my head mutely, pressing back against the booth wall, unable to tear my eyes away from that horrifying blankness. An immense pressure radiated from it, cold and vast. Not malice, Not anger, just immense, indifferent weight. Why? The humming intensified. A physical vibration in my bones, in my teeth. It held the gesture, waiting. The blank expanse seemed to watch me, despite having no eyes. Did it understand refusal? Did it care? Slowly, infinitely slowly, it lowered its hand. It turned, the dark cloth swirling like ink in water, and glided soundlessly towards the platform 3 archway. It didn't seem to interact with the floor, just moved. As it reached the arch, the darkness within seemed to pulse, to deepen, and the entity merged with it, dissolving into the absolute blackness without a trace. The humming stopped. The pressure vanished. The light steadied slightly. I was left gasping, slick with cold sweat. The image of that blank face burned into my retinas. The sharp, coppery smell, like ozone and old blood, surged, stronger than ever, seeming to emanate from the direction the entity had gone. My legs gave out. I slid down the wall onto the floor of the booth, shaking, head spinning. 2 rules tested and survived. 1 more, the worst one, still waiting. And the train was coming. I could feel it now. A deeper vibration in the earth. A growing anticipation in the very air of the station. How much more could I take before I broke? Before I became just another set of tally marks under the counter? Alex. The whisper slithered through the booth again, coiling in the freezing air right beside my ear. I scrambled up from the floor, heart spasming, eyes darting frantically around the tiny, grimy space. Nothing, just the humming bulb casting weak light on the stained walls. The lingering smell of ozone and old blood, thicker now, almost choking. The whisper hadn't come from the pod this time. It felt like it had originated from the shadows themselves, from the oppressive weight of the station's silence. I wasn't alone. The knowledge was absolute, chilling me deeper than the unnatural cold. Leaning heavily against the counter, I fought for breath. The image of the faceless entity, that smooth, featureless void, was seared behind my eyelids. My stomach roiled. How long could anyone endure this? How long before this place stripped away everything, leaving just a hollow shell? Another set of tally marks. Was that the point? Was this station a grinder, chewing up lost souls like me? The thought brought a surge of defiant anger, quickly swamped by overwhelming fear. The station seemed to pulse around me, a malevolent organism aware of my terror. The lights flickered in sync with a low, guttural groan that vibrated up from the floor. The sound of immense weight shifting somewhere below. A patch of dampness on the far wall seemed to darken, spreading like a bruise. Was I hallucinating again? Or was the decay accelerating, feeding on my fear? I felt trapped not just in the booth, but within my own unraveling mind. Was this the price for running? For the mistakes I couldn't undo? My eyes fell on the gray stone I'd pocketed earlier. The one left where the woman who smelled of lilies had vanished. I had pulled it out. It was smooth, featureless, and still radiated that profound, unnatural cold. Holding it felt wrong, like holding a piece of solidified dread. What was its purpose? A marker? A token? A key? I shoved it back in my pocket, the cold a small, solid anchor in the swirling chaos of my thoughts. Then stillness. The groaning stopped. The light steadied slightly. Even the coppery smell seemed to recede. A different kind of silence fell, heavy with anticipation. I knew, instinctively, this wasn't calm. This was the pause before the strike. My gaze flickered to the monitors, scanning the empty hall, the shadowed platforms. Nothing moved, until something did. Not from the entrance this time, nor the platforms. From the darkened corridor leading towards the station master's office. The same corridor that a shuffling, blank-eyed man had emerged from earlier. A figure stepped out of the shadows, moving with quiet confidence. Middle-aged, wearing a damp-looking trench coat, carrying an old briefcase. Deceptively normal. My skin crawled. I knew, somehow, this was the next one. He walked directly towards the booth, his footsteps making almost no sound on the tiles. He stopped in front of the plexiglass, his pale blue eyes locking onto mine. There was no overt menace in his gaze, just an unnerving ancient weariness mixed with intense focus. He looked through me. He leaned forward slightly, his breath misting the glass. "Alex," he said, his voice quiet, resonant, strangely familiar, though I'd never heard it before. "It's good to see you again. It's been too long." Ice water replaced the blood in my veins. Rule 3. The final test. My throat constricted. The memory of the frantic warning on the paper. Lie and say yes. If you don't, you'll soon learn where you met. Worried, with every instinct screaming at me to deny this impossible recognition, this violation. What would happen? What forgotten circle of hell would I be dragged into if I refused? My own personal hell, the one I carried inside me every day. His pale eyes held mine, patient, unwavering. He knew the struggle. He could see the terror warring with the desperate need to survive. My mouth was sandpaper. I needed to speak, needed to make the lie convincing. My past mistakes, the faces of those I'd hurt, flashed behind my eyes. Maybe this was part of the judgment. I forced a nod, a stiff, jerky movement that felt like pulling strings on a broken puppet. "Yes," the words scraped out. Barely audible. I cleared my throat, tried again, forcing false warmth into my voice. "Yes, it has been too long. I remember." The lie hung in the air between us, thin and fragile. Did he believe it? His expression remained unreadable for a long moment. Then the faintest hint of a smile touched his lips, tinged with something like melancholy understanding. "Good," he murmured, the sound strangely intimate. "I hoped you would." He leaned even closer, voice dropping. "Remember Rossi's, that little cafe down by the harbor? The one with the faded green awning? Terrible coffee, great view." He paused, eyes searching mine. "We spent hours there, talking, especially after things went south for you." My mind was a frantic blank, scrabbling for purchase. Rossi's? Green awning? Harbor? It meant nothing. Yet, there was a phantom scent of salt spray, the feel of damp wool, the low cry of a distant foghorn teasing the edges of my consciousness. These his memories, bleeding into mine, or my own buried guilt projecting onto his words. The line blurred, terrifyingly. "Yeah," I forced myself to say, trying for a casual nod. My heart hammered against my ribs. "The coffee. Yeah, it was bad," I added, desperately trying to sound convincing. "But the rain that night was worse." "A gamble," he chuckled, a dry, rustling sound. "You were soaked through, came in looking like something the cat dragged in." His smile faded slightly. "But we talked. You needed to talk. About Sarah. About the money." My blood froze. Sarah. How could he know her name? My carefully constructed wall of denial crumbled. The lie felt transparent now. He knew. He had to know I didn't remember. That this was all a charade. Panic clawed at my throat. But his expression remained calm, almost sympathetic. He reached into his trench coat pocket. "You were in a bad way," he continued softly, pulling out the small tarnished silver locket I'd seen in my near hallucination before. It swung gently from its chain in the dim light. "You asked me to hold on to this for you. Say you couldn't trust yourself with it then." He held it out slightly, not offering it, just displaying it. "For safekeeping, you said." I stared at the locket, mesmerized, horrified. It looked old, intricate. Did it belong to Sarah? Was this some relic from the wreckage I'd caused? The urge to snatch it, To deny it was overpowering. But Rule 3. Lie. Safekeeping, I echoed numbly, my voice barely a whisper. The air felt thick, hard to draw into my lungs. I felt stripped bare, my carefully buried past, dragged into the sickly light of this cursed place. He nodded slowly, his pale eyes seeming to soften with pity, which was somehow worse than malice. I've kept my promise, Alex. He tucked the locket away again. The faint smell of rain and something metallic, like the locket itself, lingered in the air. Well, he straightened up, the moment of strange intimacy dissolving. Duty calls. The Concorde waits. He gave a curt nod, a gesture of finality. Try to stay out of trouble this time, eh? He turned and walked, not towards platform 3, but back towards the shadowed corridor he'd emerged from. His footsteps were silent again. Just before he reached the darkness, he paused and glanced back, his face half hidden in shadow. She still asks about you, you know. He murmured, the words carrying clearly across his face. Then he stepped into the shadows and was gone. She? Sarah? Or someone else? The ambiguity was another twist of the knife. I stood there, leaning heavily against the counter, shaking uncontrollably. The encounter felt like a violation far deeper than the other two. It hadn't just threatened me physically. It had peeled back layers, exposed raw nerves, used my own guilt against me. Was he real? Was any of this real? Or was the station itself projecting my deepest fears, my most profound regrets, giving them form? The silence returned. But it wasn't empty anymore. It was filled with whispers of the past, with the weight of unspoken names, with the cold certainty of judgment. Then, cutting through the suffocating quiet, it came, faint at first, then growing louder, clearer. A low, mournful sound that vibrated deep within the earth, echoing through the vast hall, resonating in my very soul. The whistle of the midnight Concorde. It was close now, very close. That whistle. It wasn't just sound. It was a physical force, a mournful cry that resonated deep in the station's iron bones and deeper still in mine. It ripped through the fragile silence left by the man in the trench coat, erasing the phantom scent of rain and salt, replacing it with the certainty of imminent horror. The midnight Concorde was no longer distant. It was here. Almost. The station responded instantly, violently. The floor beneath my feet didn't just vibrate. It trembled, sending shivers up my legs. Dust erupted from the high ceiling, raining down in choking clouds. The lights went berserk, no longer just flickering, but strobing violently between blinding flashes and pitch darkness. The sickly green glow from the platform, 3 tunnel, pulsing in the black moments, like a diseased heartbeat. The air became a battleground. Freezing gusts, carrying the scent of grave dirt and lilies, warred with waves of suffocating heat that smelled of burning insulation and something vaguely like roasting meat. My senses overloaded, vision swimming, nausea clawing its way up my throat. The sounds escalated into a maddening cacophony. The PA system wasn't whispering anymore. It was shrieking. A high-pitched electronic scream layered with distorted voices chanting fragments. Remember, no eyes. Backwards, all aboard. Scraping sounds multiplied, echoing from the platforms. From the walls, a restless, frantic energy building. Panic was a physical entity clawing inside my chest. My carefully constructed attempts at rationalization, at finding links to my past guilt, dissolved into raw animal terror. There was no meaning here, no judgment, just consumption. This place, this train, they didn't care why I was here. They just were, and they were hungry. I slammed my body against the booth door, checking the bolt again by touch in the strobing darkness. Useless. My eyes darted to the monitors, trying to make sense of the glitching, strobing images. A flash of movement on platform 3. Gaunt shapes gathering near the tunnel mouth, silhouetted against the pulsing green. A blast of static on another screen, resolving for a split second into wide, dark, unblinking eyes staring directly into the camera before dissolving again. The pressure in the air was immense, squeezing my lungs, making my ears ache. The faceless was near. The cold deepened momentarily. The walker. Were they all converging? My gaze locked onto the monitor showing platform 3. The green light pouring from the tunnel was brighter now, casting long, distorted shadows from the waiting figures. It wasn't just light. It felt like a tangible presence, thick and corrupting. The roar began to build, no longer just a whistle, but a deep, grinding thunder that vibrated in my teeth, shaking the very foundations of the station. Metal shrieked against metal, tortured, agonized, and woven into it, clearer now, was the sound of voices, thousands of them, whispering, moaning, screaming, in a discordant chorus that threatened to shatter my sanity. The train was bursting from the tunnel. The roar became deafening. The booth shook violently. The strobing lights went into overdrive. There, on the screen, bathed in ghastly green light, the engine. Ancient, impossible, a behemoth of weeping. Rusted metal fused with glistening black organic matter that pulsed faintly. And the headlight, that single vast milky white eye, swiveling slowly, its dead gaze sweeping across the platform, fixing on the station, fixing on my booth. It saw me. The engine of the Midnight Concorde ground onto platform 3 with a shriek that ripped through the station's chaos. The sound of worlds tearing. It was huge, monstrously so, dwarfing the platform, its pulsating black growth sweeping viscous fluid onto the tracks. The single, dead white eye pulsed with nauseating green light, pinning me in its gaze. Car after identical car screeched behind it, scarred metal panels bulging, the darkness within seeming to press outwards. The air was thick with the stench of decay, hot oil, and something indescribably foul, like spoiled meat left in the sun, with a series of sickening cracks, like bones snapping. Jagged fissures tore open along the sides of the cars nearest the platform. Not doors, but wounds, gaping maws of absolute blackness that pulsed in time with the engine's eye. Where are ye? A blast of freezing air, carrying faint whispers and moans, billowed out. The figures on the platform moved. The gaunt shadows glided towards the openings, their movements unnervingly fluid. The faceless entity I denied simply merged with the darkness inside one fissure, dissolving instantly. The backwards walker, its form still blurred and indistinct even under the harsh green light, stood frozen for a moment, then turned, its movements stiff but deliberate, and walked forwards into the train. My stomach lurched. The man in the trench coat stood impassively near the engine, watching. He wasn't boarding. He was waiting. His pale eyes flickered towards my booth again, a flicker of cold amusement in them. He knew. Then the closest fissure, directly opposite my booth, widened with a wet tearing sound. The blackness within felt focused, hungry. The dead eye of the engine pulsed faster. The low hum returned, vibrating through the floor, shaking the booth. They want me. Panic obliterated thought. I slammed the bolt back. It screeched in protest, just as something heavy slammed against the outside of the plexiglass window. A pale, multi-jointed hand, fingers like bleached twigs, pressed against the glass, leaving a greasy smear as it slid downwards. Another impact hit the door beside me, rattling the frame. No choice. I kicked the door outwards, shoving blindly. feeling a momentary resistance that gave way with a wet squelch. I burst out into the pandemonium of the main hall. The noise was a physical blow. The train's roar, the station's groans, the PA's high-pitched electronic scream. The green light strobed, casting everything in jerky, nightmarish flashes. My eyes darted towards the dark corridor leading to the station master's office. Away from the train, away from the light, I sprinted, slipping on something wet and slick on the floor. Behind me, a chorus of wet, sighing breaths rose, closer than before. The scraping, dragging sound echoed from the direction of the booth, faster now, pursuing. I didn't dare look back. The green light painted my fleeing shadow huge and monstrous before me. I reached the corridor, plunged into the relative darkness. Mildew, decay, damp stone. Emergency lights flickered weakly. Ahead, shuffling. Ahead, shuffling. The blank-eyed man from earlier, still shambling mindlessly towards the train's siren call. I shoved past him roughly, ignoring the vacant stare, ignoring the way his skin felt cold and clammy. Deeper into the corridor, it twisted, the air growing thick, heavy. Water dripped somewhere. Then, the steel door, maintenance access. Hope, thin and desperate, flared. Down, away, anywhere but here. I grabbed the rusted wheel latch, throwing my weight against it. It resisted, groaning. Behind me, echoing in the narrow space, the wet sighing, the scraping drag. Right behind me, panic gave me inhuman strength. I heaved again. The wheel screeched, turned, almost there. A cold, damp touch brushed my neck. I screamed, recoiling, stumbling forward. As the wheel finally gave way, I yanked the heavy steel door open, revealing not stairs, but a sheer drop into pitch blackness, a void that reeked powerfully of disturbed earth and something infinitely older, colder. No time, I threw myself through the opening as something wet and heavy slammed into the doorframe, right where I'd been. I landed hard on unseen ground, scrambling away from the opening, pulling the immense weight of the door shut with a deafening clang that echoed into the void. Darkness. Absolute consuming blackness. My fingers scrabbled against the cold steel, found the heavy sliding bar on the inside. With the last of my strength, I slammed it home into its bracket. Silence. Complete. The sudden absence of the train's roar, the station's screams, was as shocking as the noise had been. Only my own ragged gasping, the frantic pounding of my heart, and the thick, cold smell of the grave. I pressed my back against the door, trembling violently in the dark, listening to the silence on the other side. Safe, or just trapped in a different kind of hell. The darkness behind the steel door was absolute, a smothering blanket that pressed in after the cacophony of the climax. Silence reigned, but it felt different from the other silence. This was merely the absence of noise, not an active, listening void. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth, mildew, and something colder, stonier. I leaned against the heavy door, my body shaking uncontrollably, listening. No pursuit sounds, no wet sighs or scraping drags, no grinding roar of the departing train. Had it gone? Had I actually escaped? My fingers fumbled in my pocket, closing around the cool, dense shape of the gray stone. It felt neutral now, its unnatural coldness less pronounced away from the immediate presence of the entities. My other hand found my phone. Screen cracked, but the flashlight function miraculously worked, casting a weak, trembling beam into the oppressive blackness. I was in some kind of service tunnel. Rough-hewn rock walls glistened with moisture. Pipes snaked overhead, coated in rust and cobwebs. The floor was uneven dirt and gravel. The air was freezing, the smell of decay pervasive. I pushed myself off the door, every muscle screaming in protest, cuts stinging. Using the wall for support, I started moving, flashlight beam dancing nervously ahead. The tunnel twisted, sloped downward slightly. Water dripped rhythmically somewhere in the darkness, each drop echoing unnervingly. Every few yards, alcoves were carved into the rock, some empty, others containing piles of debris, rusted tools, rotted sacks, broken lanterns that looked ancient. In one alcove, I found a pile of old moth-eaten uniforms, vaguely similar to the one Henderson had issued me, but of a much older cut. Beneath them, half buried in the dirt, bones, small ones, maybe animal, or maybe not. I backed away quickly, bile rising in my throat. Further on, the beam caught scratches on the wall. Tally marks, hundreds of them, far more than under the counter upstairs. And words, gouged frantically into the stone. Don't sleep, it sees in the dark. The train isn't the worst part. Henderson lies. Henderson lies. My blood ran cold. What did that mean? The cryptic notes only deepened the mystery. The sense of being trapped in a cycle far older and more complex than I could fathom. The tunnel branched. One way sloped further down into blackness, the earthy smell intensifying. The other seemed to lead upwards, a faint draft carrying the distant hum of electricity, up towards the station. Hiding down here felt safer, but the thought of being trapped underground indefinitely was horrifying. Maybe the train was gone. Maybe the night was over. I chose the upward path. It wound around, eventually leading to a rusted spiral staircase. Climbing it, each metal step groaning under my weight, I felt exposed, vulnerable. Was something listening? Waiting above. The staircase ended at another heavy steel door, this one unlocked. Taking a deep breath, flashlight held like a weapon, I pushed it open slowly. I emerged into the back corridor near the station master's office, the same corridor the man in the trench coat had used. The main station lights were on, flickering slightly but stable. The horrible sounds were gone, only the low hum of the building remained. And silence. But it felt like the normal silence of an empty building in the dead of night, not the predatory stillness from before. Cautiously, I moved towards the main hall. It was deserted, empty benches, grimy floor, shadows pooling in the corners. The platform 3 archway looked dark, inert, no green glow, no pulsing organic matter. Had I imagined it all? Was it just a stress-induced nightmare? But the cuts on my arms were real. The torn uniform was real. The heavy, cold gray stone in my pocket was real. And the memory of that blank face, that dead white eye, was seared into my mind. Gray light was beginning to filter through the high, dirty windows. Dawn. Had I survived the night? Then I saw him, standing near the main entrance, silhouetted against the pale morning light, was Henderson. He wasn't looking out, but in, towards me. He held a steaming styrofoam cup of coffee, and he wasn't vibrating with nervous energy anymore. His face was calm, weary, resigned. And he didn't look surprised to see me emerge, battered and filthy, from the station's shadow depths. He looked like he'd been waiting. "Rough night, Alex?" Henderson asked, his voice quiet, devoid of the frantic edge I remembered. He took a slow sip of coffee, his eyes, no longer darting, but steady and old, assessing me over the rim of the cup. I didn't answer immediately, just stood there, swaying slightly, trying to reconcile this calm figure with the terrified man who'd hired me. The pieces clicked into place with sickening certainty. The notes in the tunnel. Henderson lies. He hadn't just been scared of the station. He was scared of leaving it. Scared of whatever happened if the handover didn't go smoothly. The train, I finally managed, my voice hoarse. The passengers. What is this place, Henderson? He sighed. A long, weary sound. He gestured vaguely towards a bench. Might as well sit. It's almost shift change. We sat in silence for a moment, the vast emptiness of the station seeming to listen. The rising sun cast long, dusty beams through the grimy windows. St. Jude's isn't just a stop on the line. Henderson began, staring into his coffee cup. It's more like customs, a transfer point. Not for people, not usually. For other things. Things that travel on the Concorde. Souls, I whispered, remembering the man in the trench coat mentioning others. Henderson shrugged. Maybe. Fragments. Echoes. Things from outside. Things that don't belong in the normal world. The Concorde collects them. Takes them where they need to go. Or maybe it just takes them away. Who knows? All I know is this place is the gate. And it needs a gatekeeper. An attendant, I said numbly. An attendant, he agreed. Someone to punch the tickets for the few human strays who wander in. Someone to observe. Someone to manage the interference. The rules, I breathed. The rules, he confirmed. They keep things orderly. Mostly. Keep the attendant from getting involved. Keep the passengers flowing. Break the rules. Interfere too much. You draw attention. The wrong kind. He looked at me then, his eyes filled with a profound exhaustion. The faceless, they're already ticketed, see? Trying to stop them is pointless. The backwards walkers, looking at them acknowledges their twisted state, gives them purchase. And the remember me types. He trailed off, shaking his head. They feed on connection, on memory, real or stolen. Lying starves them, keeps them moving along. And the station itself? I asked, thinking of the whispers, the shifting shadows, the feeling of being watched by the building. It's old, older than the tracks, older than the town. It has needs, habits. The attendant learns them. He took another sip. Why me, Henderson? Why did you pick me? He looked at me directly, and I saw the same haunted emptiness I now felt reflected in my own soul. You were running, he said simply. You were hurting. You carried guilt like luggage. People like that, they're sensitive to this place. They hear the whispers easier. And, his voice dropped, they have less to lose. Less to go back to. Makes them suitable, expendable. He didn't have to say it. So what happens now? I asked, dread pooling cold and heavy in my stomach. So, I asked, dread pooling cold and heavy in my stomach. Wait, do I just leave? Henderson gave a short, humorless laugh. Leave? Alex, you survived the Concorde's arrival after interacting with multiple passengers, after breaking the silence in the tunnels by escaping. You've seen the train, you know. The station knows you know. They know. He gestured vaguely towards the shadows. You're part of the timetable now. You don't just walk away. So I'm trapped. You have a choice, Henderson said, though his tone suggested otherwise. You can resist. Try to leave. Maybe you'll make it a few miles before something finds you. Or maybe you'll just become another permanent resident here, like Carson probably did. Another whisper on the PA. Another shadow flitting on the platform. He paused, letting the weight of it sink in. Or you accept the job, really accept it, learn the deeper rules, the rhythms of the place, keep the gate, punch the tickets, survive, until it's time to find your replacement. He finished his coffee, crumpling the cup. The rising sun illuminated the dust motes dancing in the air. Outside, the world was waking up. But in here, time felt frozen again, trapped in an endless night shift. I thought of Sarah, of the wreckage I'd left behind. There was no going back there, and apparently, no leaving here. My shoulders slumped. The fight, the terror, it had all drained away, leaving only a vast, hollow exhaustion. The deeper rules? I asked, my voice flat. Henderson nodded, a flicker of grim relief in his eyes. He reached into his worn jacket and pulled out another folded, stained piece of paper. Not the same one he gave me, but similar. Older. Rule 1, he began, his voice taking on a tired, instructional tone. Never let the coffee run dry after midnight. I didn't recoil this time. I just listened, the words washing over me, settling into the hollow spaces inside. I looked around the vast, empty station. My cage, my penance, my eternity. The silence felt different now. Not empty, not predatory, just waiting. I saw my reflection ghosted in the dirty plexiglass of the ticket booth. The face staring back was pale, exhausted, lines etched around the eyes that hadn't been there before. They looked like Henderson's eyes. They looked like Brody's eyes from that other life I almost lived. The distant sound echoed faintly through the station. Impossibly early, or perhaps right on time. A low, mournful whistle, vibrating deep in the stone. The midnight Concorde. It would be back tonight. I stood up, smoothed down my torn, filthy uniform, walked towards the booth. Time to get ready. The passengers would be arriving soon. They call this God's country, looking out over the endless rolling expanse of the Appalachian Mountains, bathed in the hazy gold of late afternoon. You could almost believe it. Peaks layered upon peaks, ancient and weathered, cloaked in forests so dense they swallowed the light just yards from the road. Beautiful shore, in a way that feels vast and indifferent, like a sleeping giant that might crush you without ever noticing. But peaceful? No, not to me. The quiet here isn't peaceful. It's watchful. My name's Deputy Sarah Miller. Knew his relative in a place like Collier County, where families trace back centuries and outsiders are regarded with polite, unshakable suspicion. I'd been here 3 weeks, transferred down from Richmond after the screaming matches faded, after the casserole stopped arriving, after the silence in Mom's house became louder than any argument had ever been, after I couldn't stand the pitying looks or the constant, crushing weight of knowing I should have been there, should have done more. This remote posting wasn't a step up. It was an escape. Or maybe a sentence. The isolation felt appropriate somehow. Deserved. Sheriff Brody didn't ask why I'd requested the transfer. He probably didn't need to. Men like Brody, carved from the mountain rock itself, tend to see more than they let on. He runs the Collier County Sheriff's Department out of a squat brick building that smells perpetually of damp wood, stale coffee, and something vaguely metallic, like old filings. He's got maybe 20 years on me. Face a road map of deep lines. Eyes the color of faded denim that hold a weariness that goes bone deep. He speaks slow, chews over his words like tough jerky, and wastes none of them. He called me into his office on my 3rd day, the air thick with the smell of rain and pine drifting through the open window. He didn't offer coffee, didn't small talk, just waved me into a creaking wooden chair opposite his cluttered desk. A strange symbol, like a stylized eye crossed with a spiral, was carved crudely into the desk's surface, smoothed by years of handling. Miller, he began, leaning back, the springs in his chair groaning. You'll be taking some of the ridge patrols, County Line Road, Black Creek Hollow, up towards Widow's Ridge. Gets quiet out there. His gaze was steady, measuring. Radio reception spotty. Cells useless. Mostly, it's just you and the trees. He paused, letting the silence stretch, watching me. Place like this, he continued, his voice dropping slightly, got its own ways. Own rules. Different from the city. He leaned forward, resting his weathered hands flat on the desk, right over that strange carving. Got 3 rules you need to know. Not suggestions, not folklore. Rules. You follow them. Maybe you stay out of trouble. You don't. He didn't finish, just let the implication hang heavy in the air. My city's cynicism bristled, but something in his eyes, a flicker of old, remembered fear, kept me silent. Rule 1, Brody said, his voice flat. Your radio, sometimes out on the ridges, it'll pick up music, old songs, fiddle tunes, mountain ballads, stuff nobody's played in 50 years. If it happens, change the channel. Switch to dispatch, switch to static, I don't care. Just don't listen to the end. Never listened to the end. He didn't explain why. The certainty in his voice was explanation enough. Rule 2. He hesitated here, his gaze flickering away for just a second before locking back onto mine. Harder this time. Static can play tricks, make you hear things. Sometimes it might sound like someone you know. Someone close. He paused. If you hear someone call your name, Miller, and it sounds like your mother. My breath hitched. How could he possibly? His eyes narrowed slightly, acknowledging my reaction without comment. If it sounds like your mother's voice coming through that static, you don't answer. You don't key the mic. You don't even whisper it back in the car. You hear me? Don't respond. The intensity was startling, chilling. The unspoken or else was deafening. My throat felt tight. The grief I'd run here to escape suddenly fresh and raw. And Rule 3, Brody finished, his voice low and gravelly. This one's the most important. Sometimes, maybe late, maybe when the fog rolls in thick, two things will happen at once. Your radio will go completely dead silent, not static, just nothing. And the woods will go silent too. No crickets, no frogs, no wind, nothing. Like the whole world's holding its breath. He leaned closer. If that happens, Miller, you don't investigate. You don't wait. You get in your cruiser, you turn it around, and you leave. Immediately. Don't look back. Just drive until the sound comes back. Understand? I nodded numbly. The rules felt insane, ripped from some backwoods ghost story. But Brody wasn't smiling. His face was grim, etched with a certainty that defied logic. He pushed a heavy set of keys across the desk. Unit 3. An older model cruiser, reliable but basic. Shift starts at 1800, he said, leaning back again, the moment of intensity passing. Stick to the main routes tonight. Get the feel of things. We'll talk more tomorrow. Dismissed. Now, pulling onto County Line Road as dusk bleeds purple and orange across the mountain peaks. The rules echo in my head. The cruiser smells faintly of pine air freshener and something else. Something vaguely like ozone or damp earth that seems to seep in from outside. The road winds upwards, asphalt giving way to gravel, trees pressing close on either side, their branches like grasping fingers in the fading light. The radio crackles beside me, dispatch chatter occasionally breaking through the static, a fragile link to the normal world. But out here, the normal world feels thin. The beauty of the mountains is edged with something sharp, something ancient and watchful. The silence beneath the wind and the engine's hum feels deep, expectant. My hand hovers near the radio dial. Just follow the rules, Brody said. But a cold dread settles in my gut, whispering that in a place like Collier County, the rules might not be there to keep me safe. They might just be there to mark the boundaries of the cage. The first week bled into the second in Collier County. Days were deceptively bright, filled with the mundane rhythm of patrol reports, lukewarm coffee, and the guarded pleasantries of townsfolk whose eyes held generations of mountain secrets. But the nights belonged to the mountains, to the suffocating darkness that pressed against the thin bubble of my cruiser's headlights, and to the ever-present static crackling from the radio. a constant reminder of my isolation. Routine and patrols became exercises in managing low-grade dread. I learned the twists and turns of County Line Road, the deep shadows of Black Creek Hollow, the unsettling quiet near Widow's Ridge. The beauty was undeniable. Moonlight silvering the peaks, mist clinging to the valleys like breath. But it felt alien, ancient, utterly indifferent to human concerns. More than once, driving those lonely stretches, a wave of grief would hit me so hard I'd have to pull over. The image of Mom's face in those final days, superimposed onto the dark tree line. This escape felt more like a cage, the bars forged from my own guilt. I'd fled the city's accusing silence only to find a louder, more profound silence here, one that seemed poised to swallow me whole. Brody remained an enigma. He'd assign patrols, grunt acknowledgments of my reports, his faded blue eyes occasionally lingering on me with an unnerving mix of pity and calculation. I'd tried once to casually ask about the old songs he'd mentioned. He just gave me a long look and said, "Some tunes are best left unsung, Miller. Stick to the rules. End of discussion." The strange spiral eye carving on his desk seemed to watch me during our brief interactions. The radio remained a source of constant anxiety. Its bursts of static weren't random. They felt timed, almost conversational. Sometimes, just as a particularly painful memory surfaced, the static would sharpen, deepen, like an electronic sigh. I started leaving it on the main dispatch channel almost constantly, needing the anchor of Brenda's bored voice, however distant. The first real test came on a Tuesday night. Thick fog, smelling of damp earth and wood smoke, had rolled down from the ridges, reducing visibility to a few yards. I was cautiously navigating the treacherous curves, heading back from a pointless check-in near Widow's Ridge. The world outside the headlights was a swirling white void. Then, the radio crackled, the familiar dispatch chatter dissolving not into silence, but into music. It started with a lone fiddle, achingly clear, weaving a melody that felt both ancient and immediate. It spoke of sorrow, of things lost beneath deep water and dark trees. Then the voice began, high, pure, female, filled with a grief that resonated with the raw wound inside me. It sang of waiting, of promises broken by the river, of shadows walking when the mists were thick. Rule 1. If your radio starts playing old folk songs, change the channel. Never listen to the end. Brody's flat voice cut through the hypnotic pull of the music. My hand froze above the radio dial. God, it was beautiful. Heartbreakingly so. The singer's sorrow felt like my own, amplified, given voice. Part of me, the part hollowed out by loss, desperately wanted to hear the end, to know the story, to wallow in that shared melancholy. Maybe hearing it all would offer some kind of twisted solace. Where the cold creek runs and the willows weep. The voice soared, pulling me deeper. A lonely vigil I must keep. Never listen to the end. The imperative felt cold, sharp. A splash of icy water. What happened if you did? Did the song impart some madness? A curse? Did the singer find you? Shaking, I forced my hand to move, jamming the channel button, switching frantically. The music vanished instantly, replaced by the jarring normalcy of static, then Brenda's voice reading a license plate. The sudden absence of the song left a ringing silence in the car, louder than the music had been. My heart hammered. The melody, however, remained caught in my head, repeating the lines about weeping willows and silent vigils. The air felt heavy, expectant. I flicked my high beams, peering into the impenetrable fog. Did something move out there? A pale shape, vanishing into the white. Or just nerves? The rest of the drive back was agony. Every crackle of the radio made me jump. The melody looped relentlessly behind my eyes. When I finally pulled into the station parking lot under the first gray light of dawn, something was tucked under the windshield wiper. A single pale wildflower, Petals shaped like teardrops, impossibly fresh despite the night's chill. My breath hitched. It was a willow herb bloom, the flower from the song, the one woven into the lost lover's hair. I didn't touch it. I stared at it for a long moment, the fragile bloom a terrifying confirmation. This wasn't random static or local folklore. Something was out there. Something knew the song, and somehow it knew I was listening. The following nights were worse. Sleep offered little escape, filled with fragmented dreams of haunting melodies and Mom's disappointed face. On patrol, every shadow seemed to hold a waiting figure. Every burst of static felt like the precursor to that voice. I started seeing things, or thinking I did. Tall, thin shapes flitting between trees at the edge of my headlights. Eyes reflecting back from the darkness where no animal should be. Once, investigating a reported trespass near an old cemetery overgrown with kudzu, I found strange, bare footprints in the mud, leading towards the oldest, most sunken graves, then vanishing completely. Brody offered no comfort. When I cautiously mentioned the strange radio interference, he just nodded slowly. Happens, he grunted. Stick to the rules. When I described the footprints, he stared out the window towards the mountains. Lots of things wander these hills, Miller. Best not to follow. His tacit acceptance was more terrifying than denial would have been. Then came the rain. Not a clean spring shower, but a cold, relentless downpour mixed with sleet that turned the back roads into treacherous mud traps. I was checking on the hollows near Black Creek, an area notorious for spotty radio coverage even on good days. The rain hammered against the cruiser, the wipers struggling to clear the windshield. Static hissed and popped constantly from the speaker, and then it coalesced, sharpening. Through the downpour's roar and the static's hiss, a voice emerged, faint at first, then clearer, achingly familiar. Sarah, my heart stopped. Cold dread washed over me, prickling my skin. No, it couldn't be. Sarah? Honey? Can you hear me? The voice was thin, weak, laced with static, but unmistakably hers. Mom's voice. Exactly as I remembered it from those last weeks in the hospital. Frail, but trying to sound strong. Rule 2. If someone calls your name through static and uses your mother's voice, don't respond. Baby, I think I'm lost. It's so dark here. The voice cracked with manufactured fear, a perfect imitation of her vulnerability. Can you help me, Sarah? Please. Just tell me you hear me. Every fiber of my being screamed to answer. Guilt, sharp and immediate, twisted in my gut. This felt like a second chance, a phantom opportunity to respond where I had failed before. What if it was her, somehow? Trapped, needing help? The thought was insane. Impossible. Yet the raw grief made me want to believe. My hand hovered over the radio mic, thumb trembling inches from the transmit button. Just one word. Just Mom? What harm could it do? Don't respond. Brody's grim face flashed in my mind. The cold certainty in his eyes. The unspoken warning. This was a trick. A cruel, calculated mimicry designed to exploit my deepest wound. But the sound of her voice. Sarah, please. I'm scared. A sob, perfectly rendered, laced with static. My knuckles were white on the steering wheel. I bit down hard on my inner cheek, tasting the coppery tang of blood. I closed my eyes, picturing the rule, picturing Brody's face. Anything but the sound of that voice. Don't respond. Don't respond. Don't respond. I chanted it silently, a desperate mantra against the rising tide of grief and hope. The voice continued for what felt like an eternity, pleading, begging, calling my name, weaving through the static and the drumming rain. Each word was a fresh stab of guilt. Then, as abruptly as it began, it dissolved. The static level returned to its usual hiss, punctuated by the rain. Silence, except for my own ragged breathing and the pounding of my heart. I sat there, shaking, tears streaming down my face, mixing with the cold sweat. I hadn't answered. I had followed the rule. But the feeling wasn't relief. It was a profound, soul-deep violation. Something out there knew my name, knew my grief, and had used my dead mother's voice to torment me. As I sat there, trying to regain control, a pale shape materialized on the rain-streaked passenger window right beside me. A small, perfectly formed handprint, fingers splayed, pressed against the glass from the outside, like a child's hand reaching in the dark. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it faded away into the condensation. I slammed the cruiser into drive, tires spitting mud and gravel, and got the hell out of Black Creek Hollow. The ghost of my mother's voice and the image of that small handprint burning behind my eyes. The rules were real, and whatever lurked in these mountains was just getting started. The drive back from Black Creek Hollow was a blur of rain-slicked roads and the frantic thumping of my own heart. I kept glancing in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see pale eyes staring back, or the ghost of a small handprint reappearing on the glass. My skin crawled, hearing Mom's voice. It wasn't just scary. It felt like a desecration, a weaponization of my deepest grief. Whatever was out there, it didn't just mimic sounds. It knew where to wound. The anger that simmered beneath the fear was cold and sharp. How dare it? Back at the station, the fluorescent lights seemed too bright. The smell of stale coffee and damp uniforms offensively normal. Brody was hunched over paperwork. Didn't look up immediately when I came in, dripping rainwater onto the worn linoleum. I hesitated, then decided hiding it was pointless. He needed to know. He probably already knew. "Sheriff," I started, my voice rough. "Radio interference up near Black Creek. Bad." He looked up slowly, his expression unreadable. "Fog does that." It wasn't just static, I insisted, meeting his gaze, forcing myself to hold it. It used a voice. Someone I knew. I wouldn't say whose. Not yet. Maybe never. Brody's eyes sharpened almost imperceptibly. He leaned back, steepling his fingers. The silence stretched, filled only by the buzz of the lights and the drumming rain outside. "Did you answer it, Miller?" he asked finally, his voice dangerously quiet. "No, sir," I said, the words tight. I followed the rule. A flicker of something, respect, relief, crossed his face before vanishing. "Good," he grunted. "Some things, they feed on response, on grief." He looked away, towards the rain-lashed window. "They know what buttons to push, especially up that way. Black Creek's got history." He offered no more, turning back to his paperwork. A clear dismissal, but the confirmation, the acknowledgement that it wasn't just in my head, was somehow more chilling than disbelief would have been. "It knows you now." The thought echoed Brody's earlier implied warnings. The next few shifts were a tightrope walk over a pit of paranoia. Every burst of static made my heart leap. Every shadow seemed to coalesce into a waiting figure. I found myself avoiding the deeper patrols, sticking closer to the main highway, earning a questioning look from Brody that I ignored. Sleep was fractured, haunted by snippets of mournful fiddle tunes, and a voice that sounded achingly like Mom's calling my name from just beyond a closed door. I started drinking too much coffee, hoping the caffeine would sharpen my senses, but it just amplified the jitters, the feeling of being stretched thin, ready to snap. Driven by a desperate need for answers, I started digging, discreetly, late nights after shifts. I pored over old county records in the station's dusty archive room, searched online forums for local legends, scanned microfiche of the Collier County Chronicle, going back decades. The official records were predictably dry, but the local legends, they were everywhere, whispered online and hinted at in old newspaper articles about unexplained disappearances, hikers vanishing without a trace on clear days, hunters found miles from where they started, rambling about, strange music or lights. One name kept cropping up, the still voice or sometimes the haint of the hollow. Descriptions varied wildly. But the core elements were consistent. Something ancient in the mountains that could mimic sounds, especially the voices of loved ones, luring people off trails, away from safety. Some stories claimed it fed on sorrow, growing stronger near places of grief. Others spoke of sudden, unnatural silences falling over the woods, just before someone vanished forever. Rule 3. My blood ran cold reading it. There were also fragmented tales linked to specific folk songs, warnings woven into lyrics, tales of fiddlers making pacts with shadowed things at crossroads, music that could drive men mad or lead them to their doom. Rule 1. It wasn't just random tunes. The research didn't bring comfort. It only deepened the dread, giving names and shapes to the formless terror that lurked just beyond the glow of my headlights. This wasn't just happening to me. This place was wrong. The call came late on a Thursday night, the air unusually cold and crisp for early spring. Dispatch patched through a garbled report from one of the few occupied cabins up near Hemlock Ridge, an area bordering the state forest, remote even by Collier County standards. The caller, an elderly man named Silas Hayes, claimed someone or something was prowling around his property, making strange noises, rattling his door. His voice was thin with panic. Probably just a bear, Miller, Rhodey said over the radio. His voice tinny, but Hayes is old. Lives alone. Go check it out. Standard welfare check. Keep your radio open? Roger that, I replied, already feeling the familiar knot tighten in my stomach. Hemlock Ridge was deep territory. The drive up was tense. The gravel road deteriorated quickly, becoming little more than a muddy track winding through dense, dark woods. The trees pressed close, their branches scraping against the cruiser's roof. Radio reception crackled in and out more than once. I thought I heard faint music woven into the static, that same haunting fiddle. But it vanished before I could be sure. My headlights cut a swathe through the darkness, illuminating swirling dust motes and the occasional pair of glowing eyes reflecting back from the undergrowth before disappearing. Everything felt too quiet, too still. Everything felt too quiet, too still. I found Hayes's cabin tucked deep in a hollow, miles from the nearest neighbor. It was small, dilapidated, porch sagging, only a single yellow light burning in one window. No tracks around the cabin except for old tire ruts. I called out Hayes's name. No answer. The front door was slightly ajar. Unease prickled along my spine. Drawing my service weapon, heart pounding, I pushed the door open. Mr. Hayes? Sheriff's Department. The cabin was cold, musty, sparsely furnished. An old radio sat on a small table. Silent. A half-eaten plate of food sat on the counter, flies buzzing around it. In the back bedroom, I found him. Silas Hayes lay on the floor beside his bed, eyes wide, staring sightlessly at the ceiling. His face frozen in an expression of ultimate terror. No obvious signs of violence. It looked like his heart had just stopped. As I knelt beside him, checking for a pulse I already knew wasn't there, my own radio crackled. Static hissed, then cleared slightly. Sarah? Mom's voice, weak, laced with static, but undeniably hers. Are you there, baby? It's cold. Rule 2. Bela rose in my throat. Not now. Not here. I squeezed my eyes shut, biting down the automatic response, the desperate mom. My hand trembled near the radio on my belt. Just answer me, Sarah. Please. The voice pleaded, catching on a sob. Then abruptly, it cut off. Silence. But not just the voice. The radio went completely dead. No static, no hiss, nothing. And simultaneously, the sounds outside the cabin. The wind whispering through the pines. The chirping of late-night insects. The distant hoot of an owl I'd heard moments before. Utterly ceased. Rule 3. If the radio goes silent and the woods do too. A silence so profound it felt like a physical pressure descended on the small cabin, snuffing out all ambient noise. It pressed against my eardrums, heavy, suffocating, expectant. The air grew deathly still, unnaturally cold. Looking out the grimy window, the trees stood like black cutouts against a starless sky, utterly motionless, the world holding its breath. Get in your car and leave. Immediately, Brody's voice, urgent, commanding in my memory. But Hayes, I couldn't just leave him here. Procedure demanded I secure the scene, call it in, wait for the coroner, for Brody. My cop instincts warred violently with the primal fear screaming at me to obey the rule. The silence stretched. Seconds felt like minutes. The pressure intensified. I felt watched. Not just by the dead eyes of Silas Hayes, but by the silent woods outside, by the suffocating stillness itself. Something was out there, close, waiting. Screw procedure. I scrambled backwards, out of the bedroom, stumbling through the dark cabin. Yanking the front door open, I burst out into the unnatural quiet. The air outside was freezing, heavy as water. My breath plumed, the only sound besides the frantic pounding of my own heart. I sprinted towards the cruiser, parked 30 yards away, keys already fumbling in my hand. As I reached the car, wrenching the door open, I risked a glance back towards the cabin. In the single-lit window, silhouetted against the yellow light, stood a figure, tall, impossibly thin, with limbs bent at angles that weren't quite right. All right, it was perfectly still, watching me. I didn't wait to see more. I threw myself into the driver's seat, slammed the door, jammed the key into the ignition. The engine turned over, roared to life, shattering the silence like fragile glass. I slammed the gear shift into reverse, tires spinning wildly on the slick mud, and fishtailed back down the track, away from the cabin, away from the silent woods and the figure in the window. I drove for miles, heart hammering, breath sawing in my chest, before the sound finally rushed back in. The wind in the trees, the distant cry of a night bird, the blessed normal hiss of static from the radio. The silence was broken, but I knew with icy certainty I hadn't escaped. I had only postponed. And whatever waited in the stillness of Collier County knew my name, knew my grief, and was patiently waiting for me to break the rules one last time. My headlights cut through the oppressive darkness as I sped away from Hemlock Ridge, tires skidding on the rain-slicked gravel. My hands clenched the steering wheel, knuckles white, trying to stop the violent trembling that shook my entire body. The silence had broken miles back, the normal sounds of wind and dripping water rushing back in with a force that made me gasp. But the memory of that absolute suffocating stillness was branded onto my brain. And the figure in the window, tall, thin, wrong. I pulled over when I hit the paved county road, engine idling raggedly, and threw the door open, vomiting the foul coffee in sheer terror onto the wet asphalt. Kneeling there, gasping in the cold, damp air, the ordinary sounds of the night, a distant dog barking, the hum of the engine, seemed fragile, tentative, like a thin veneer over something vast and waiting. The woods pressed close on either side of the road, black and impenetrable, no longer just trees, but watchful presences. Getting back in the car, I keyed the radio mic, my voice hoarse. "Dispatch, this is Unit 3, Brenda's voice crackled back, blessedly mundane. "Go ahead, Unit 3. Advised on the welfare check at Hayes residence, Hemlock Ridge. Subject is 10-7 deceased. Code for out of service. Easier than saying dead." "Roger that. Unit 3. Any sign of foul play?" I hesitated. Foul play? How do you categorize death, possibly induced by supernatural silence or a stick figure in the window? Negative, dispatch. appears natural. Elderly male, alone. But be advised, radio and ambient silence occurred at location. Approx 1:30 hours. Rule 3 conditions met. Cleared location immediately per protocol. A beat of silence on the other end, longer than usual. Then, Brody's voice cut in, overriding Brenda. Understood, Miller. Proceed back to station. We'll handle Hayes. His tone was flat, unreadable, but held an undercurrent I couldn't decipher. Acceptance? Warning? The rest of the drive was a blur of paranoia. Every flickering shadow seemed to hold movement. Every burst of static sounded like the beginning of Mom's voice. When I finally pulled into the station lot, Brody was waiting by the door, silhouetted against the harsh fluorescent light spilling from inside. Hayes had a bad heart, he said without preamble as I got out. Not meeting my eyes. Coroner's preliminary says massive coronary. Probably happened hours before you got there. The silence, Sheriff, I began, needing more than that dismissive explanation. He finally looked at me, his gaze heavy. Rule 3 happens, Miller. Means something's close. Something. Attentive. You did right leaving. He clapped a hand briefly on my shoulder, a rare gesture. Go home. Get some sleep. But sleep didn't come easy. The silence from the woods seemed to have followed me, lurking beneath the ordinary sounds. My small rental cabin outside of town felt less like a refuge and more like a flimsy box. Nightmares plagued me. Mom calling my name from across a silent, fog-filled clearing. The tall, thin figure from Hayes's window standing silently at the foot of my bed. Endless loops of that mournful fiddle tune. I started triple-checking locks, sleeping with my service weapon on the nightstand. Driven by a gnawing obsession, I spent my off-duty hours buried in the station's archives again, cross-referencing old incident reports with the folklore I'd found. Hayes wasn't the first heart attack victim found alone on Hemlock Ridge after reporting strange occurrences. There were others decades apart, dismissed as natural causes. Disappearances clustered around areas mentioned in the folk songs or places notorious for sudden fogs and radio dead zones. Black Creek Hollow, Widow's Ridge, Hemlock Ridge, the old abandoned St. Barnabas Church deep in the state forest. Patterns emerged, faint but undeniable, painting a picture of something ancient and predatory woven into the fabric of the county. I found notes stuffed in the back of a drawer in the desk assigned to me. Notes clearly left by Deputy Carson, my predecessor, the one who'd apparently transferred out abruptly. His handwriting grew increasingly erratic. The music changes. Knows what you're thinking. Silence isn't empty. It's listening. And one final chilling entry. Her voice again. Said she forgives me. Going to meet her. St. Barnabas? He'd never filed another report after that day. Brody had told me Carson transferred. Looking at these notes, I had a sickening feeling. Carson hadn't transferred anywhere. He'd answered the voice. He'd walked into the silence. The station itself felt increasingly hostile. Lights buzzed louder, flickered more often. Doors seemed to stick, then open on their own. That faint coppery, ozone smell sometimes permeated the air for no reason. One afternoon, reviewing security footage from the lobby, I saw a flicker on the screen. For a single frame, a tall, thin shadow seemed to detach itself from the corner behind the water cooler, stretch impossibly, then vanish. I rewound, played it frame by frame. Nothing. A glitch? Or was it inside the station now too? My grip on reality felt slippery. Was I projecting my grief and guilt onto explainable phenomena? Or was I the only one seeing the truth because this place, this entity had chosen me? Sensing my vulnerability. The uncertainty was another form of torture. Then came the call that changed everything. It wasn't over the main radio. It was a direct call patched through by Brenda late one evening, just as I was about to end my shift. Her voice sounded strained. Miller, got a strange one. Call came through on the old emergency line, bypassing the main system somehow. It's a kid. A recording played, fuzzy, filled with static, but chillingly clear beneath it. A little girl's voice, maybe 6 or 7 years old, sobbing hysterically. "Help me, please. Lost." Mummy went into the church, singing. "Won't come out. It's so quiet now." Then the line went dead. "Location?" I asked, my voice tight, already knowing the answer. "GPS ping was weak. Intermittent," Brenda said, hesitation coloring her tone. "Looks like somewhere near the old St. Barnabas ruins, deep in the state forest. St. Barnabas, where Carson's last note said he was going, where the disappearances sometimes clustered, where the girl said her mother went in, singing. It's probably a prank, Miller," Brenda added quickly, maybe sensing my reaction. "Or faulty equipment picking up stray signals. But I knew it wasn't. The cold dread coiling in my stomach told me otherwise. A child? Lost? Her mother drawn in by the singing. And now? The silence? "I'm closest," I said, my voice steady despite the tremor in my hands. "Heading that way now." "Miller, wait." Brody's voice suddenly cut in. Sharp, authoritative. He must have been monitoring. "Don't go alone. Wait for backup. Kid could be freezing or hurt, Sheriff," I argued, already pulling out of the lot, ignoring the protocol screaming in my head. Guilt surged, not just for Mom, but for this unknown child, this mother lured by the song. Maybe I could save them. Maybe that was the way out of my own personal hell. "Sarah, damn it, listen to me." Brody's use of my first name was a shock, his voice tight with genuine alarm. "That area? St. Barnabas. You don't go there after dark. Not alone. That's an order." But his voice was already fading, swallowed by static as I drove faster, pushing the cruiser up the winding road leading towards the state forest entrance, towards the abandoned church, towards the silence I knew was waiting. The rules, the warnings, they didn't matter anymore. A child was lost, a mother was missing, and maybe, just maybe, facing whatever lurked in that silence was the only way to confront the ghosts that haunted me, both inside and out. The woods closed in, dark and absolute. The radio hissed. I gripped the wheel, accelerator pressed down, driving into the heart of the mountain's darkness. The cruiser bounced violently over the rutted track, branches scraping against the windows like skeletal fingers. My headlights cut weakly through the oppressive darkness. The state forest seemed to swallow the light just feet from the bumper. Brody's panicked order to wait, to not go alone, echoed uselessly against the roar of the engine and the frantic thudding of my own heart. Guilt was a powerful engine. Guilt for Mom. Guilt for the sobbing child on the line. Guilt for maybe, just maybe, bringing this darkness down on Collier County by being here, by being weak. But underneath it, something else hardened. A cold, sharp anger. Whatever haunted these woods had used my mother's voice, preyed on grief. It deserved to be confronted. The track ended abruptly in a small, overgrown clearing. Through the skeletal remains of ancient oak trees, I saw it. St. Barnabas, or what was left of it. A stone shell, roof long collapsed. Dark empty windows like vacant eyes staring out from beneath a shroud of ivy and kudzu. A crumbling bell tower listed precariously to one side. The air here was heavy, still, unnaturally cold. No sign of another vehicle. No sign of a child. Just the ruins, radiating a palpable aura of neglect and deep-seated wrongness. I cut the engine. The sudden silence was immense, broken only by my own ragged breathing and the frantic ticking of the cooling engine block. I grabbed my heavy-duty flashlight and my service weapon, the cold weight of the Glock reassuring in my trembling hand. Stepping out of the car, The cold hit me like a physical blow. The smell was thick, damp earth, decaying leaves, mildew, and beneath it all, that faint, sharp tang of ozone. Stronger here than anywhere else. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small, absorbed by the oppressive quiet. "Is anyone here?" "This is the sheriff's department." Only silence answered, a silence that felt curated, waiting, flashlight beam cutting through the gloom. I approached the church ruins cautiously. Strange symbols, similar to the one on Brody's desk, but more complex, were carved into the crumbling stone around the main archway, almost obscured by moss. The wooden doors had long rotted away, leaving a gaping black maw. As I stepped closer to the threshold, it began. Not from the radio this time. It seemed to emanate from the stones themselves, from the air, from the surrounding trees, the haunting melody of the fiddle, joined by the clear, sorrowful voice, singing the same folk song I'd heard on the radio. Shadows walk in secret sleep. The sound was all around me, inside my head, hypnotic, pulling at the edges of my grief. Rule 1. But there's no radio to turn off. I gritted my teeth, forcing myself forward, fighting the urge to just sit down and weep, to let the sorrowful music wash over me. "I hear you," I shouted, trying to sound authoritative over the pounding in my chest. "I know you're there. Is there a child here?" The music faltered for a beat, then swelled again. And through it, closer now, seemingly from inside the dark ruins, another voice threaded itself into the melody. "Sarah? Honey, is that you?" Mom's voice, weak, frightened, laced with an echo that didn't belong. I came in, followed the singing. So beautiful. But now I can't get out. "Help me, Sarah." Rule 2. Bile rose in my throat. "Mom?" The name slipped out. A choked whisper, before I could stop it. A mistake. A potentially fatal one. The singing intensified, becoming triumphant, almost gloating. The voice continued. "Yes, baby. It's me. I'm in here. Come find me. It's dark. Don't respond." But I already had. What now? Didn't know it had me. I raised my flashlight, sweeping the beam into the blackness of the church interior. Collapsed pews, rubble, roots breaking through the stone floor. Nothing moved. "Please, Sarah. I don't want to be alone here again," the voice sobbed, hitting every raw nerve of guilt I possessed. "I'm coming," I shouted, stepping over the threshold, flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, weapon held high. Maybe I could find the child, the mother, get them out. Maybe confronting this thing, rules be damned, was the only way. The moment my boots hit the crumbling stone floor inside the ruins, everything stopped. The music, the voice, the wind outside. The frantic beating of my own heart seemed to echo once, twice, then get swallowed by absolute, consuming silence. Rule 3. The air pressure plummeted, making my ears pop painfully. The darkness inside the ruins became absolute, my powerful flashlight beam seeming to stop just feet in front of me, absorbed by a blackness that felt solid, suffocating. The smell of damp earth and decay intensified tenfold, thick and cloying as grave dirt. Panic seized me. Leave. Immediately. But I was inside now. The gaping doorway behind me seemed impossibly far away. Maybe not even there anymore. I spun around. Flashlight beam hitting only impenetrable black. Trapped. The silence wasn't empty. It was full of presence. Full of ancient, malevolent attention fixed solely on me. I could feel it pressing in, cold and heavy, stealing the air from my lungs. Then movement in the darkness ahead, where the altar might have once stood. Not a sound. Just a flicker. A distortion in the absolute black. My flashlight beam hit it, and recoiled as if shying away. It unfolded itself from the shadows, tall, impossibly thin, like the figure I'd seen in Hayes' window, but clearer now, somehow more real. Limbs like brittle branches wrapped in shadow, moving with a jerky, unnatural gait. It had no discernible features, yet I felt the intense weight of its gaze. Was this the source? The still voice? The haint? It didn't approach. It just stood there, radiating cold and silence. Then, slowly, shapes began to detach themselves from the deeper shadows around it. Smaller figures, vaguely human, shuffling, indistinct. Were they other victims? Carson? The woman from the call? Zilas Hayes. Their forms wavered, indistinct, like smoke. My breath hitched. My gun felt impossibly heavy. Would bullets even work on whatever this was? The central figure raised a long branch-like arm, and the sound returned, but not the world's sound. It was the voice again, Mom's voice, but distorted now, amplified, coming from the figure itself, from the air, from inside my own head. Stay, Sarah. Stay with us. You don't have to be alone anymore. She forgives you. We all forgive you. Visions flooded my mind, triggered by the voice, by the entity's presence. Mom's face, contorted in pain. The flashing lights of the ambulance. My own face reflected in a hospital window, hollow with exhaustion and guilt. The arguments, the missed calls. It hammered at me. Wave after wave of weaponized grief. No, I screamed, the sound shockingly loud in the preceding silence, but it felt weak, absorbed by the presence before me. You're not her. Get out of my head. The figure tilted its head, a parody of curiosity. The smaller shapes shuffled closer. The distorted voice continued, weaving promises of forgiveness, of reunion, of an end to sorrow. If I just stayed. Joined them in the silence. My training kicked in, overriding the grief, the terror. Threat assessment. Find a weakness. Exploit it. Rule 3 was triggered by silence. What if noise disrupted it? Raising my pistol, aiming not at the shifting figures but towards the crumbling stone ceiling above the main entity. I squeezed the trigger. The gunshot was apocalyptic in the stillness, an ear-splitting crack that slammed against the oppressive silence, shattering it. The sound echoed, amplified, bouncing off the stone walls. The effect was instant violent. The tall figure shrieked, a sound that wasn't human or animal, but like grinding stone and tearing static, clutching at where its head should be. The smaller figures recoiled, flickering like disturbed smoke. The absolute darkness wavered, the flashlight beam suddenly punching further, revealing more of the ruined altar, covered in strange, wet, fungal growths. The oppressive pressure lessened fractionally. Noise. It hated noise. Get back, I yelled, firing again towards the ceiling. The sound even louder this time. Debris rained down. The main figure staggered back, its form flickering wildly. The smaller shapes dissipated further, drawn back towards the deeper shadows. Another shot. The figure shrieked again, raising its arms as if to ward off the sound. It seemed diminished, somehow less solid. This was it, my chance. Not towards the blocked entrance, towards the side. There had been a smaller, collapsed archway I'd noticed on the way in, half buried in rubble but potentially leading outside. Keeping my flashlight beam pinned on the recoiling central entity, I backed away, then turned and sprinted towards the side archway, firing another shot blindly behind me as I ran. The shriek echoed again, filled with rage. I scrambled over fallen stones, through grasping ivy towards the arch. It was a tight squeeze, blocked by fallen timbers. Behind me, I heard a rapid shuffling, faster than before, no longer trying to be silent. It was coming after me, It was coming after me with a final, desperate heave. I squeezed through a gap between a heavy beam and the crumbling stone frame, tearing my jacket, scraping my arm, tumbling out onto wet leaves and cold earth. I was outside. I scrambled to my feet, not daring to look back at the dark ruins, and run through the silent watching trees, ignoring the branches that tore at my clothes. Ran towards the faint, distant glow of my cruiser's parking lights. The only sound, my own panicked gasping and the frantic pounding of my heart against the frantic pounding of my heart against the suffocating silence of the woods. I burst from the tree line, lungs screaming, legs pumping on pure adrenaline, ignoring the thorns tearing at my uniform, the sharp sting of cuts on my arms and face. The cruiser's parking lights were a faint beacon in the oppressive darkness, 30 yards away across the clearing. Behind me, the silence from the church ruins pressed like a physical weight, a suffocating blanket devoid of even the memory of sound. Had it followed me out, or was it content for now within its desecrated walls? My hand closed around the cold metal of the car door handle. It felt blessedly solid, real. I fumbled with the lock, key scraping uselessly for a moment before finding the slot. Wrenching the door open, I threw myself inside, slamming it shut, hitting the lock button with a panicked jab. The heavy thud of the door closing was the first real sound I'd heard since the gunshot, and it was glorious, painful, shocking. For a moment, I just sat there, hyperventilating, back pressed against the seat, eyes scanning the dark tree line through the windshield. Nothing moved. No tall, thin figure emerged. No shuffling shapes. Only the black, silent trees watching. My service weapon was still clutched in my hand, heavy, smelling faintly of cordate. My flashlight lay on the floor where I'd dropped it, scrambling in. Keys in the ignition. Turn. The engine roared to life. Another blessed violation of the silence. I didn't bother trying to turn around, slamming the gear shift into reverse. I stomped on the accelerator. Tires spun, spitting mud and gravel, then caught. The cruiser lurched backwards, away from the clearing, away from the oppressive ruins of St. Barnabas. I didn't look back. Couldn't. I drove like a bat out of hell, fishtailing on the muddy track, fighting the wheel, only slowing when I absolutely had to navigate a sharp turn. The silence persisted. Inside the car, the only sounds were the engine's roar, my own ragged breathing, and the frantic thumping of my heart. The world outside the windows remained utterly, unnaturally still. Miles crawled by under my tires. How far did this silence extend? Was it spreading? Then, abruptly, it broke. Like surfacing from deep underwater, sound rushed back in with dizzying force. The drumming of rain that had started again. The sigh of wind through the pines. The distant screech of some night bird. The crunch of my tires on gravel. It was overwhelming, almost painful after the absolute void. I gasped, pulling over sharply, engine idling, listening to the mundane symphony of the forest night, tears of sheer relief stinging my eyes. But beneath the relief, a deeper chill settled. The normal sounds felt thin now, like a cheap costume draped over the memory of that terrible waiting stillness. Adrenaline ebbed, replaced by a bone-deep exhaustion and violent shaking. I leaned my head against the steering wheel, taking inventory. Cut, scrapes, torn uniform, nerves shot to hell. But alive. I faced Rule 3, broken it by making noise, and somehow, impossibly gotten away. But the images burned. The blank-faced entity, the pale handprint, the figure in Hayes's window, the shuffling shapes in the church, the thing that wore my mother's voice, my radio. It hissed beside me, emitting only static, but it was on. The dead silence was gone. I picked up the mic, hand trembling. Dispatch. This is Unit 3. Radio check. A burst of static, then Brenda's voice. Tinny but clear. Receiving you. Unit 3. Those signals weak. Everything all right out there? Sheriff spin. Concerned. Concerned. Right. 10-4. Dispatch, I said, trying to keep my voice steady. Encountered some difficulty near the St. Barnabas site. Scene is clear now. Repeat. Scene is clear. Returning station. I couldn't bring myself to say more over the open channel. The drive back felt longer. The familiar roads alien. Every shadow seemed deeper. Every bend held a potential ambush. When I finally saw the lights of the town, then the station, the relief was profound but tainted. This wasn't over. Brody was waiting inside, just like after Hemlock Ridge. This time, he didn't bother pretending to do paperwork. He just stood by the window, looking out towards the dark mountains, a half-empty mug of coffee in his hand. He turned as I entered, his eyes immediately taking in my disheveled state. The mud, the torn sleeve, the haunted look I could feel plastered on my face. Report, he said quietly, his voice flat. I told him. Not everything, not yet. I told him about the coal, the empty church, the Rule 3 silence descending, firing my weapon into the ruins to break it, and getting out fast. I left out the specific voices, the figures, the direct confrontation. Even to Brody, it sounded insane. Even to Brody, it sounded insane. He listened without interruption, his expression unchanging. When I finished, he took a slow sip of his coffee. St. Barnabas, he murmured, more to himself than to me. Should never have sent you, even if it was a kid. He looked at me then, his eyes holding that familiar weariness, but also something else. A flicker of grim understanding. You fired your weapon. Yes, sir. Into the ceiling. To break the silence. He nodded slowly. Noise disrupts it. Temporarily. Good instinct. He paused. You hear or see anything specific? While the silence was down, my throat tightened. How much did he know? How much could I risk saying? Just disorientation, Sheriff. Shadows. Hard to see clearly. A half-truth. He held my gaze for a long moment. Carson, he said abruptly, his voice low. Your predecessor, he went up there. Didn't come back. Found his cruiser empty on the track a week later. Logbook just had one entry for that day. Going to meet her. St. Barnabas. My blood ran cold. It confirmed the notes I'd found. Carson hadn't transferred. He'd answered the voice. He'd walked into the silence and never walked out. Whatever's up there, Miller. Brody continued, his voice rough. It's old. Older than these mountains, maybe. It knows people. Knows what they want to hear. Knows what they fear. He drained his mug. You were lucky, fearing your weapon. It probably bought you time, but it doesn't stop it. Nothing stops it for long. So what do we do? I asked, the question sounding naive even to my own ears. Brody sighed, running a hand over his tired face. We follow the rules. We don't poke the bear. We stick to the main roads when we can. And we hope it stays up in the high hollows where it belongs. He looked me straight in the eye. File your report. Damaged property from discharging weapon due to perceived threat in low visibility conditions. Keep it simple. Keep it out of the paperwork. Understood? I understood. Cover up. Denial. Survival. That was the real law in Collier County. Back at my cabin an hour later, after scrubbing the mud and the lingering chill off my skin in a scalding shower, the adrenaline was gone, leaving only a hollow, aching exhaustion. I locked the doors, checked the windows, moved through the small rooms feeling exposed, vulnerable. Sleep was impossible. Every creak of the floorboards, every gust of wind outside sounded like something trying to get in. I found myself staring at my reflection in the bathroom mirror. The cuts and scrapes were minor, but my eyes, they looked different, older, haunted. They looked, I realized with a jolt, disturbingly like Sheriff Brody's. On the nightstand, beside my service weapon, my gaze fell on the small, smooth gray stone I'd picked up near Platform 3. At the train station in my previous life. Wait, no, that wasn't this story. Shaking my head, trying to clear the exhaustion-fueled confusion. My eyes landed instead on my uniform jacket, tossed over a chair. Something was caught on the torn sleeve. Not a leaf, not a twig. It was a tiny shred of fabric. Dark, damp, smelling faintly of lilies and old earth. Days bled into nights, marked by the endless cycle of patrol shifts, jumpy nerves, and the gnawing dread that had become my constant companion. I kept the shred of dark, damp fabric tucked away in an evidence bag, locked in my locker. It felt like holding on to a piece of a nightmare. It smelled faintly of lilies and cold earth, a scent that sometimes seemed to waft through the cruiser or my cabin for no reason, triggering a Pavlovian surge of ice-cold fear. Whose was it? The figure in the church? The woman who vanished near Platform 3 in that other life? No. Focus, Sarah. Wrong nightmare. Was it connected to the entity? A remnant of another victim? Another unanswered question in a county built on them. Sleep was a luxury I could no longer afford. I could. When I did drift off, nightmares clawed their way in. The suffocating silence, the figure in the window, Mom's voice twisting from pleading to accusation, the grinding roar of the impossible train. Wrong story again. Damn it. Damn it! The impossible silence of the woods, the figure in the church. Mom's voice laced with static. I'd wake up gasping, heart pounding, the lines blurring between the horrors of Collier County and the unresolved grief I tried to bury here. On duty, I was a wreck, though I tried desperately to hide it. Every crackle on the radio made me flinch. Every patch of fog felt like a shroud descending. Every stretch of quiet woods felt like the breath before the scream. I found myself driving faster, avoiding the deepest hollows, cutting patrols short near dusk. Brody watched me. I felt his gaze during briefings. Saw him tracking my cruiser on the dispatch map. He didn't comment on my shorter patrol times or the dark circles under my eyes. But his silence was heavy, knowing. He assigned me more highway duty, fewer ridge runs, protection, or just managing a deputy he knew was cracking. The locals treated me differently too. The polite suspicion hardened into something else. Wary respect, maybe, or just fear. They'd nod curtly, eyes skittering away, sometimes making a strange sign with their hands, thumb tucked, fingers crossed when they thought I wasn't looking. One old woman at the general store pressed a small bundle of dried herbs into my hand while I paid for coffee. For protection, she whispered, her eyes bright and fearful, against things that listened too close. I kept the herbs in my pocket, feeling foolish, but not foolish enough to throw them away. I tried to stop digging into the county's past, tried to follow Brody's implicit order to just survive, just do the job, keep it out of the reports, but the obsession gnawed at me. Knowing Carson had walked willingly into St. Barnabas after hearing the voice, knowing Silas Hayes died staring at his ceiling in terror, it wasn't enough to just survive the rules. I needed to understand why. I needed to understand why. One rain-soaked afternoon, unable to face another restless attempt at sleep, I found myself back in the station's archive room, not looking for incident reports this time, but for older records, property deeds, church histories, anything related to St. Barnabas before it became ruins. I found a brittle, leather-bound county ledger from the late 1800s. Most entries were mundane, births, deaths, land sales. But one entry, dated 1888, caught my eye. It detailed the deconsecration and abandonment of St. Barnabas Church, following the unexplained disappearance of the parish priest Father Michael, and several members of his congregation during a period of communal spiritual distress and strange melancholies attributed to failed crops and harsh winters. Tucked into the back of the ledger, pressed flat like a forgotten bookmark, was a small folded piece of paper, yellowed with age. It was a handwritten letter, the ink faded but legible, signed by Father Michael himself, dated just days before his disappearance. "The singing has returned," it read. "Louder this year, the melodies seep in, promising solace but bringing only sorrow. It whispers in the static between worlds, wearing the voices of the lost to draw others near. Young Thomas claimed his departed sister, called him to the woods last night. We restrain him now, but his eyes hold the hollow look. The silence fell upon the hollow yesterday. The flock grows fearful. I must go to the old stones tonight, where the first church stood. Appeasement is necessary. The bargain must be kept, for the sake of the valley. May God forgive me. The old stones, a bargain, appeasement. It wasn't just a random entity. It was tied to this land, to its history, maybe even to a deliberate pact. And St. Barnabas wasn't the beginning. It was built near something older. A cold wave washed over me. Brody knew. The town, at least the older families they knew. The rules weren't just for survival. They were part of maintaining a terrible balance. An old bargain Father Michael wrote about over a century ago. Don't listen. Don't respond. Run from the silence. Not just to save yourself, but perhaps to avoid provoking something. To avoid upsetting the fragile peace. My arrival, my encounters, Carson's disappearance, were they cracks in that peace? That night, exhaustion finally claimed me. I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep, only to be jolted awake hours later by a sound. Silence. The profound, unnatural silence of Rule 3. But I wasn't on patrol. I was in my cabin. Panic seized me. I scrambled for my weapon on the nightstand, heart hammering. The silence was absolute. No wind, no crickets, no hum from the refrigerator. Just suffocating stillness. I crept to the window, peering out into the moonless dark. Nothing moved. The trees were black, motionless sentinels. Then, on my nightstand, the screen of my personal cell phone lit up. It hadn't worked reliably since I got here. Now, it displayed one bar of signal, and one new text message. Sender, unknown. The message contained only 3 words. Will remember you. The silence held. The message glowed. It wasn't a question this time. It was a statement. A promise. They knew I was here. They knew I didn't remember, not really, and the rules felt suddenly, terrifyingly inadequate. They were instructions for avoidance, not confrontation. But confrontation felt inevitable now. My hand closed around the cold metal of my Glock. I looked from the phone's ominous message to the silent watching woods outside my window. Brody's way, the way of denial, of appeasement, of just surviving, felt like a slow death, waiting for the entity to finally claim me like it claimed Carson. There had to be another way. Understand the bargain. Find the old stones Father Michael mentioned. Maybe confrontation was the answer, but on different terms. Not just reacting, but acting. The silence outside remained absolute, but inside me, something shifted. The fear was still there, cold and sharp, but now mixed with a grim, reckless resolve. I wouldn't be another tally mark. I wouldn't be another whisper in the static. My choice was made. Tomorrow, I wasn't just going on patrol. I was going hunting. Hunting for answers, deep in the heart of Collier County's darkness.